Chapter 1. Jingshan District was the smallest district and county in Jing City. The area here was much smaller than other urban areas. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the time when all schools were dismissed. Two people were standing in a dark corner not far from the entrance of Jingshan Vocational School. "Boss, will that kid really show up today?" The one who spoke was a fatty. He looked to be 16 or 17 years old and was about 1.7 meters tall. When people saw him, it was easy to associate him with the saying that he was 8 feet tall and his waist circumference was also 8 feet. This was because his overall body shape was indeed like a globe. Next to Fatso was a young man who looked a few years older than him. The young man was about 1.8 meters tall. In sharp contrast to Fatso, he was a little thin. Perhaps it was because Fatso was standing next to him. His appearance could not be said to be handsome, but his pair of slender eyes were showing a sinister light. If any of his facial features were taken out and looked at separately, it would make people feel that he was a failure. But when put together, there was a special kind of harmony. He was the kind of person who was very pleasing to look at. Definitely, that kid will definitely come to pick her up today. She should be out of school soon. Damn it, if I don't get revenge today. Chiyu will write my name backwards. Field Mouse, just wait and see what I mean. Vol nodded hard, but there was some worry in his eyes. "Boss, I heard that the kid is a martial artist. He has been practicing for 7 or 8 years. Do you think the two of us can handle him?" Chiyu patted the school bag on his body and said, "What are you afraid of? Don't forget your boss, came with a magic weapon." Fatso smiled and also patted his school bag. He said, "Boss, it's a little weird to see you carrying a school bag. This thing doesn't seem to fit you." Chiyu glared at Vol and said, "Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, your boss graduated from junior high school. Although I didn't graduate from high school, I have been working for 2 years. Get ready." At this moment, a girl was slowly walking out of Jingshan Vocational School. She had a delicate face and a voluptuous body that was somewhat charming and alluring. She was not wearing an ordinary school uniform, but a short skirt that did not reach her knees and a bright yellow half-sleeve top. As she moved her eyebrows, she exuded a coquettish aura that did not match her age. Unlike the other students who directly left the school, she walked to the school gate and looked around as if she was looking for something. A swift figure ran towards the entrance of Jingshan Vocational School at an even speed. As he ran, he shouted, "Nana, I'm here." The newcomer was a young man around 18 or 19 years old. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a well-proportioned physique. He wore sportswear which made him look valiant and formidable. His shoulder-length black hair was neatly combed. Because he had run here, his hair fluttered slightly in the breeze. He was handsome, but his eyes seemed to be flickering, and there was a hint of a mischievous smile on his face. "I just came out, too." The girl named Nana greeted the handsome young man with a sweet smile on her face. The handsome young man held Nana's hand and chuckled. "Nana, I missed you so much. What are we going to do later?" Nana did not seem to notice the gazes of the students as she smiled. "Anything. If not, we'll go to your house." "Sure." The handsome young man's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of passion as the smile on the corner of his mouth turned lewd. "What a pair of adulterers!" A cold voice came from the corner as Chiyu and Fatso Vol came out with sneers. They were obviously waiting for this young couple. When Nana saw Chiyu, a trace of panic flashed on her face, and she quickly hid behind the handsome young man. "Damn it, why are you hiding?" "Don't worry, I don't hit women. I just want to cripple this kid," Chiyu said viciously. The handsome young man snorted disdainfully and said, "Nana, don't be afraid. I'm here. Look at him. I can deal with him even if there are 10 of him." Chiyu stopped 5 meters away from the handsome young man. Vol put his hands on his waist and shouted, "Yan Xiaoyi, you idiot! How dare you steal my boss's woman? We'll teach you a lesson today." "Just the two of you?" Yan Xiaoyi's expression became even more disdainful. He lifted his right leg and beautifully kicked the air. His movement was very straightforward. Coupled with his handsome appearance and long black hair, he looked indescribably suave. However, his eyes were full of disdain. Nana, who was hiding behind him, did not seem to be that afraid anymore. She glared at Chiyu and said, "I have nothing to do with you. Don't come looking for me again. I'm Xiaoyi's man now." Chiyu snorted coldly. He opened his school bag and put his hand in it. Fatso and Vol did the same thing. Yan Xiaoyi's expression changed obviously, but he could not be weak in front of his girlfriend. "Come if you want to fight. Let me tell you, my dad is in the city's public security bureau. Delinquents like you should have been punished a long time ago." The expression on Chiyu's face became sinister. He had been an orphan since he was young. He grew up in an orphanage under the care of social welfare. There was no one to discipline him. As he grew older, the rebellious feeling in his heart grew stronger. Although the Yanhuang Republic implemented 12 years of compulsory education and high school was free, he still dropped out of high school before he could graduate. In the words of ordinary people, a loafer like him who only knew how to fight, drink, and smoke could totally be called a hooligan. This girl named Nana had been dating him for more than a year. Although Chiyu did not come from a good family background, he valued his first love very much. However, after Nana started relying on him, a hooligan, and found someone like Yan Xiaoyi who could fight and had a backer, she immediately kicked Chiyu away. Chiyu was indignant. Today, he specially came to the entrance of Nana's school to settle the score with Yan Xiaoyi. "I heard that you know martial arts." Chiyu looked at Yan Xiaoyi from the corner of his eyes. Yan Xiaoyi said proudly, "Yes, I learned it for a few years. My master is the famous Northern Leg King." "Why? Do you want to try my leg skills? Fighting with a hooligan like you is simply dirtying my shoes." Chiyu pulled out his hand from his bag and sneered. "I don't know if you've heard of this saying. It's called the brick-breaking martial art. Today, I'll let you know why flowers are so red." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed forward. His speed was so fast that even Yan Xiaoyi, who had practiced martial arts, could not help but be shocked. At that moment, Chiyu was holding a huge brick in his hand. This was naturally the secret weapon in his bag. After all, Yan Xiaoyi had practiced martial arts. Seeing Chiyu rushing towards him with a brick, he did not panic. After all, a brick was not as threatening to him as a machete. However, as a person without a job in society, Chiyu's fighting experience was far beyond that of Yan Xiaoyi. As soon as he rushed forward, the brick in his hand immediately flew out and was thrown directly at Yan Xiaoyi's head. Yan Xiaoyi, who was originally prepared, suddenly panicked. He originally planned to wait for Chiyu to rush into his attack range and then give him a whip kick. He did not expect Chiyu to use this method. He hurriedly used his arm to block. Although he had practiced martial arts, he was far from the level of copper skin and iron bones. The strength of Chiyu's brick was not small. Yan Xiaoyi cried out in pain. His arm had been smashed. At that moment, Chiyu just rushed in front of him. He caught the brick that was smashed on Yan Xiaoyi's arm and swung it in a circle. Vol's movement was obviously a bit slower than his boss. He also rushed up with a big brick in his hand and shouted. Confucius said, "Fight with a brick. Look at your face, don't mess around. Since that's the case, how can you fight alone? Fight with friends. Fight with all your strength. Isn't it a joy? Fight with no more. Fight with death. Fight with death." If Confucius was still alive, how would he react when he heard this? Chiyu's movement was much faster than Yan Xiaoyi's imagination. When the brick he swung in a circle broke on Yan Xiaoyi's head, Yan Xiaoyi finally understood why the flowers were so red. His body softened, and before he could use his north kick skill, he was smashed to the ground by Chiyu's brick. Blood flowed down from his head. Vol shouted and rushed forward. Although his movement was a bit slow, his brick was not hesitant. It hit Yen Xiaoyi's body. Chi Yu's brick was broken, but he still had his fists. How could he let go of such an opportunity to vent his anger? The fat man and the thin man brandished their fists and bricks that rained down like raindrops, causing Yen Xiaoyi to scream miserably. Fortunately, he still knew to curl up his body and cover his head with his hands. Although Yen Xiaoyi was knocked down by Chi Yu's hooligan moves, it had to be said that Chi Yu's fighting experience was much richer than his. Nana was obviously shocked by the scene in front of her. Just then, a girl who was walking out of the school screamed, "Murder!" Chi Yu and Vol were enjoying themselves when they suddenly heard the high-octave scream. Both of them were startled, and the feeling of their blood boiling suddenly decreased a lot. When they looked at Yen Xiaoyi again, they saw that his head was bleeding and his branded sportswear had been dyed a strange color by the dust and blood on the ground. Although his body was still twitching, he could not fight back at all. Thinking of the word murder, Chi Yu and Vol could not help but look at each other and stopped what they were doing at the same time. Although hooligans like them were used to doing whatever they wanted outside, they did not dare to think about killing people. "Boss, what should we do? Is this guy really dead?" Vol's pair of small eyes could not help but show a trace of panic. "What should we do? What's done is done. I'll take care of it alone." Chi Yu was very experienced in fighting. This was the school gate, and he was afraid that the school security would arrive soon. Without any hesitation, he pulled off Yen Xiaoyi's pants and wrapped them around his head. It was early summer, and Yen Xiaoyi only wore a pair of underwear. Looking at the meat on his lower body, Chi Yu kicked it hard, causing Yen Xiaoyi's body to tremble violently. "Let's go." After glaring fiercely at Nana's plump breasts, he and the Vol immediately ran away in defeat. Chi Yu never thought of reconciling with Nana. This woman had let him see her true colors. Just like a bus, if one got off, why would he want the woman next to him? Today, looking for Yen Xiaoyi was just to vent his anger. However, as he thought about it, he also missed the mysterious parts of Nana's body. As a hooligan, at least in terms of fantasy and theoretical experience, Chi Yu still had some potential. Chi Yu and Vol ran very fast. In a short time, the two ran out of the vicinity of the school and stopped in a secluded corner. Chi Yu's face relaxed a lot, but also a little blank. Although he had vented his anger, he did not feel very happy. Instead, his heart was faintly aching. After all, Nana was his first love. Although there was no substantial relationship between the two, in Chi Yu's heart, the beauty of first love had been completely destroyed. "Boss, did we hit too hard just now? I didn't expect that kid to be so useless. He was beaten down in just a few hits, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. So lame." Chi Yu snorted and said, "Vol, you have to remember, breaking bricks is an unchangeable truth. As long as we can catch him unprepared, that **T Northern Leg King is just **T. Vol said, "Boss, I've always wanted to ask you, why don't we use machetes? Machetes are so cool and powerful." Chi Yu said proudly, "You don't need to use machetes. Machetes are controlled weapons, but bricks are different. Even if you get caught, it's much lighter. Also, bricks can be used locally, so it's more convenient to use. Fatso, this is experience. Okay, you go home. Your boss is going to run. I think that Yen Xiaoyi is going to lose a layer of skin, even if he doesn't die. I've asked around, and his father is indeed from the city bureau. If I don't run now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance. You are different. As long as you go home, you will be fine." Vol's family background was very different from Chi Yu's. He wasn't an orphan. On the contrary, he had a powerful father. Even Vol didn't know how rich his father was. The reason why he hung around with Chi Yu was because he wasn't interested in studying. Although he spent money to attend a famous high school, he was still playing truant to hang out with Chi Yu every day. He and Chi Yu met by chance. Chi Yu fully demonstrated his king's aura in a fight. He single-handedly beat up 3 hooligans from another street, and Vol happened to see it. From then on, Vol recognized him as his boss. "Boss, where are you going?" Vol asked with some apprehension. Chi Yu patted his broad shoulder. Don't worry, your boss has experienced this kind of thing a lot. Although this time it's a little big, it's not a big problem to run. It's just that this time I may have to run a little farther, and I can't return to the capital in a short time. You should go to school for a few days. With such good conditions, it would be a pity if you don't go. To be honest, I also envy those who have wisdom. Unfortunately, even if I study hard in high school, I can't go to college after the age of 18. Who asked me to be poor? Boss, this is for you. As he spoke, Fatso Vol took out a brand new mobile phone from his bag and handed it to Chi Yu. I just got this from my mother. Take it, I can contact you easily. Oh, by the way, boss, this card is also for you. As he spoke, he took out a dragon card from China Construction Bank and handed it to Chi Yu. I'm almost 16 years old. My father asked someone to get me an ID card in advance, and then he got this card. There's 20,000 yuan in it, and the password is my birthday. Boss, you can use it first. If it's not enough, you can call me, and I'll find a way to transfer money to you. Chi Yu looked at Vol blankly. What are you doing? His face suddenly flushed, and he resisted the warmth in his eyes. He stuffed the mobile phone and card back to Vol. I can't take it. Today's incident was caused by me. How can I take your things? Don't worry, your boss is very strong. He won't die. Vol refused to take it no matter what. He stubbornly said, No, boss, you must take this. Oh, by the way, I heard from my father that the Qinghai-Tibet Railway is open. It is said that the scenery in Tibet is very good, and it is far from the capital. Why don't you go there and hide? In this way, you can take it as a vacation. 20,000 yuan should be enough for a month. I'll go back and beg my father. As soon as things are settled, I'll call you. Boss, if you want to go, hurry up. I'm leaving first. As he spoke, he didn't wait for Chi Yu to shove the things back to him. He turned around and ran away. Chi Yu chased after him for 2 steps and finally stopped. After all, the 20,000 yuan was too important to him. Because of his bad behavior, the orphanage had already kicked him out. Now he could only rely on the monthly social assistance to barely rent a basement. Not to mention his savings, the small amount of social assistance was even a problem for him to eat. When he hit Yen Xiaoyi's head with a brick, just now, he clearly heard the sound of bones breaking. He was afraid that the injury was serious. If he really died at the age of 19, he was no longer protected by the juvenile protection law. At the thought of death, Chi Yu couldn't help but feel a deep fear. He sighed in his heart. Poor me, I'm still a virgin. Looking at the Vol's figure, although it was running, it wasn't fast. Chi Yu felt something in his heart. He muttered to himself, Good brother, I'm borrowing this from you. If I can repay you, I will repay you 1,000 times. As he thought about it, he took out a cheap cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. However, when he was about to light it, he found that he had lost his lighter. The capital was located in the north of the Yanhuang Republic. The north in May was already very warm. When night fell, the capital became obviously more gorgeous. All kinds of neon lights were constantly flashing on the streets. Some jobs that only existed at night had just begun to work. When the watch pointed to 9:30, Chi Yu, who had boarded the T-27 train, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before he got on the train, he had been in a perturbed mood. If he didn't succeed in running away and was caught, he was afraid that he would be finished. After getting on the train, Chi Yu's mood was relatively relaxed. For him, he had only heard of the word Tibet. It was a mysterious place. He only knew that there was a mysterious existence called Patala Palace there. Chi Yu wanted to buy a hard seat, but when he bought the ticket, he found that there were no seats on the T-27 train to Tibet. After asking carefully, he found out that Tibet was located on a plateau, which was easy to cause altitude sickness. In order to get there smoothly and reduce accidents, all the trains had sleeper berths, divided into hard berths and soft berths. Chi Yu hesitated for a long time, and finally bought a hard berth ticket that cost more than 800 yuan and boarded the train. Before coming to the railway station, he withdrew all 20,000 yuan from the card that Vol had given him. For him, this was definitely the greatest wealth in his life. After entering the carriage, Chi Yu's nervousness because of the fight suddenly disappeared. The carriage was decorated with a warm yellow color. It was covered with a thick carpet, and it was soft to step on. The overhead lights seemed to be the kind of energy-saving lights, which were very bright. However, he didn't know how luxurious this train was. After all, this was the first time he had taken a train, and it was also the first time he had left the capital. He simply picked up a train brochure and flipped through it. According to the brochure, this T-27 train would take 48 hours to reach Tibet. For this trip to the snowy plateau, Chi Yu still had a lot of expectations. The simplest one was that he hoped to encounter some erotic experiences on the train. He had read a lot of pornographic novels, and he had long been looking forward to some of the things that happened on the train. The hard sleeper compartment was for 4 people. Because Chi Yu was worried about being caught, he was the first to climb on the train and find a seat. While looking at the novel things on the train, he was looking forward to how many beautiful women would share a room with him. Even if there was only one, this 48-hour journey would not be lonely. The number of people on the train gradually increased, and it became noisy. As the excitement and expectation in his heart rose at the same time, Chi Yu couldn't bear to read the magazine in his hand anymore. He stuck his head out from his upper berth to observe the women who could arouse his interest. Chi Yu's eyes were very hot, and the range was also very wide. As long as there were some beautiful and young women, he would look at them from bottom to top. Yes, from bottom to top. This was already Chi Yu's habit. He had always thought that, as an experienced pervert, he naturally had to look at women from their figures. How could he feel good without a good figure? Although a beautiful face was important, the figure was obviously more important. While Chi Yu swallowed his saliva, he also received a lot of supercilious looks. However, obscene looks obviously could not constitute criminal evidence. Although he received a lot of supercilious looks, Chi Yu still enjoyed watching. At this moment, a white figure attracted Chi Yu's attention. It was a girl so beautiful that it was suffocating. She wore a pair of white branded sports shoes, revealing a pair of slender, fair, and beautiful legs. Of course, only her knees were exposed, and the area that Chi Yu coveted was covered very well by a white short skirt. She wore a white shirt with a large collar. Her plain white attire did not only attract Chi Yu's attention. After all, this 17 or 18-year-old girl not only had a well-proportioned figure, but also a beautiful angelic face. Her lovable face seemed to carry a bit of innocence. F***ck, a devil's body and an angel's face. If she was with me, I would be willing to live 10 years less. No, it's better to live 1 year less. Perhaps 10 years would allow me to enjoy more beautiful women. As Chi Yu thought about it, his eyes stayed on the girl. Soon, the girl walked in his direction. Chi Yu's heart couldn't help but beat faster and faster. He took a deep breath, afraid that his saliva would not listen to him and drip out. What made Chi Yu most excited was that this girl in white seemed to be alone and had no other companions. The girl in white finally arrived in front of the room where Chi Yu was. Her footsteps paused for a moment, and her eyes happened to meet Chi Yu's eyes. Although Chi Yu never had any restrictions on his behavior, when he saw the girl in white's innocent eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He subconsciously used his usual tone and said, "Beauty, are you also in this room?" The girl in white looked at Chi Yu's naked eyes and seemed to be a little curious. She smiled slightly and nodded to Chi Yu, saying, "Hello, uncle. Are your eyes sick? I have eye drops here." If it was painful for a self-proclaimed handsome man to be abandoned by the woman he admired, then the pain Chi Yu was experiencing now was twice as painful. After all, if he had been rejected before he even reached the door when he was preparing to have sex, it would not be as blissful as being abandoned after loitering around for a while. Hearing the word uncle, Chi-Yu's jaw almost dropped. My eyes are fine. Am I that old? As he spoke, Chi-Yu jumped down from his bed and subconsciously touched his face. Indeed, it had been at least a week since he last bathed. For a lazy person like him, shaving was already not a simple matter. Coupled with the whitening of his jeans, he gave off a feeling of vicissitudes. Chi-Yu deliberately combed his hair with a 5-fingered steel fork and handed his face to the girl in white. The girl in white blushed and looked at Chi-Yu, who was half a head taller than her. She said shyly, "I'm sorry, I couldn't see clearly from below. But if your eyes are always so big, they will easily dry up. I'm a medical student." Master! She was definitely a master. She could actually be immune to the eyes of a pervert. Chi-Yu was very happy in his heart. Meeting such an innocent girl. If he didn't become a pervert, it would be a big loss. "Hey, do you have altitude sickness?" "That's not right. We haven't left the capital yet." The girl in white looked at Chi-Yu in surprise. "What? Me? No. How can I have altitude sickness? I am very strong." As he spoke, Chi-Yu hurriedly gestured at his arm to the girl in white. Of course, the obvious muscles naturally could not be seen. The girl in white covered her mouth and chuckled. She said, "Then why are you drooling?" "Oh, yes. Can I trouble this strong uncle? No, big brother, to help me put my luggage up. I don't have enough strength." Only then did Chi-Yu realize that his saliva had dripped down without him paying attention to it. He answered in a panic and hurriedly helped the girl in white put her luggage on the luggage rack. The girl in white tidied up her clothes and carefully stepped onto the upper bunk. It turned out that she was the same as Chi-Yu. This time, Chi-Yu was even more excited. He could completely see every part of the girl's body at eye level. Of course, it was separated by clothes. Looking at the 1-meter gap between the two beds, Chi-Yu couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. It was really so close yet worlds apart. If this was a big bed, how perfect would it be? As he thought about it, he raised his head to look. Wow, it's also white inside. And this lass is obviously the pure and innocent type of girl, who knows how many times stronger than Nana. This time, I definitely can't let her go. Oh heavens! I'm seriously begging you, let my virginity come to an end. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Chi-Yu hurriedly rubbed his nose as he thought about that moment of pleasure. He was afraid of making a fool of himself again. The girl in white leaned against her quilt and looked curiously at the absent-minded Chi-Yu. She said generously, "I'm called Shui-Yu. What about you?" Chi-Yu suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly climbed back into his bed. He tried his best to put on a confident look and said, "My name is Chi-Yu. We really are fated. Look, both of our names have the character Yu." Shui-Yu smiled slightly and said, "What are you doing in Lhasa? Traveling? Let me guess what your occupation is. I think with your dressing, you should be walking the popular, decadent route. You should be an artist." "Ah, yes, I'm an artist." When he first heard the word artist, Chi-Yu's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. However, the nature of a hooligan made him immediately react and hurriedly continue. After all, after wandering in society for a few years, he hadn't learned anything else, but the thickness of his skin had increased day by day. Shui-Yu seemed a little excited. "Really? My guess is very accurate. Then, what kind of art do you do? Can you tell me? I didn't expect that I could meet an artist on this trip to Tibet. It's really my honor." Chapter 2. This time, it was Shui-Yu's turn to cover her cherry mouth in surprise. "Body art. Are you talking about the kind that has to be stripped naked? No wonder. No wonder your eyes are so strange." Chi-Yu was extremely proud of his quick-wittedness. He chuckled and said, "Actually, body art is a very profound art. As an artist who studies body art, I always believe that the human body is the most perfect art in the world, especially a woman's body. Not only is it full of mystery, but it also has a hazy sense of beauty. Only by untying all the restraints can the beauty be completely released. How about it? If there is a chance, let's discuss it in detail. After saying this, even he admired himself more and more. The knowledge in his stomach was really limited. This was definitely an extraordinary performance. Shui Yu thought as she nodded gently and said, "What you said seems to make sense. However, I don't know much about body art." Chi Yu hurriedly said seriously, "It doesn't matter. Although I'm not old, I can definitely be your teacher in this aspect. If there is a chance, we must discuss it. Maybe we will have such a chance when we go to Tibet." As he spoke, his gaze had already fallen on Shui Yu's full chest, because she was wearing a large collar shirt. The roundness above was already faintly visible. This time, Shui Yu was no longer ignorant. Feeling Chi Yu's strange gaze, she blushed and hurriedly pulled up her clothes. She said, No need. If my father knew, he would be angry. It's better if I don't understand body art." "That's a pity. I'm sorry. I actually didn't want to see that part of you. However, as a body artist, it's a professional habit. This is just a professional habit. Please don't mind. What about you? What are you doing in Tibet?" It was not easy for him to become familiar with her. Chi Yu did not want to miss the opportunity, so he quickly changed the topic. Shui Yu seemed to believe Chi Yu's explanation. She said, "I am a freshman at Beijing Medical University. My father is also a doctor. I have learned a lot from him since I was young. This time, my trip to Tibet was arranged by my father. He hoped that I would increase my training, so he let me intern in a hospital in Lhasa for a period of time. After the summer vacation, I will return to Beijing." "Oh, so you are an angel in white. Amazing, amazing." Chi Yu hurriedly said a few words of flattery. Shui Yu seemed to be a little afraid of his unbridled gaze. She clearly did not speak much and pulled the blanket over her delicate body. It was already nighttime now. She closed her eyes. It was unknown whether she was really asleep or just pretending to be asleep. The two people on the lower bunk had already entered the carriage. Because Shui Yu had already been covered with a blanket, they naturally did not notice that there was already a beauty on top. The train from the capital to Lhasa finally started. Through the window, Chi Yu looked at the flowing neon lights and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Looking at Shui Yu's appearance, her family conditions must be very good. Otherwise, how could she raise such a good daughter? Did he really have a chance? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. Thinking about Nana, who had kicked him away, Chi Yu's lust did not decrease, but he was more or less dispirited. At this time, as the train started, the broadcast sounded. In the broadcast's introduction, there were a total of 8 stations from Beijing to Lhasa. Beijing, Shizhuang, Xi'an, Lanzhou, Xining, Galma, Naku, and Lhasa. The train ran very smoothly. Because it was already late, after an hour of noise, the train gradually quieted down. Most people had already begun to fall asleep. At this time, Chi Yu was still awake. Because Shui Yu's identity was not ordinary and she had been sleeping the entire time, he did not have much of a chance. Thus, after the train had started moving, he had set his sights on the attendants who were about to appear. However, he was greatly disappointed. This time, not to mention using his eyes to take advantage of her, he did not even have the slightest chance. This was because all the service staff on this train were men. When he inquired about it, he found out that in order to prevent the train attendants from suffering from altitude sickness, all the service staff on the Qinghai-Tibet line were made up of soldiers who had retired from the plateau. They were all men with the best physical conditions. Looking at the energetic train attendants, Chi Yu's last hope was shattered. His consciousness gradually became a little blurred. Listening to the even breathing next to him, Chi Yu finally could not hold on anymore. His eyelids gradually became heavy. Recalling what he had experienced in the past 19 years, he gradually fell asleep. In his sleep, Chi Yu felt as if he was flying. The ground was under his feet, and he was surrounded by hazy clouds. The feeling of flying between heaven and earth was so wonderful. He was surprised to find that he seemed to be unable to see his body. He could only see a faint red light. The red light that emitted a burning aura seemed to have changed his life. Gradually, the red light became more and more intense, and he found that his body was very comfortable. What's wrong with me? Am I really flying? Chi-Yu was full of doubts. Suddenly, the clouds in front of him parted. In the distance, he saw a large building shrouded in golden light. The shape of the building was unclear, but when he looked at it, it gave him a strong shock. The scale of the building was so majestic, and the most peculiar thing was that there was a peaceful voice that seemed to be calling out to him. Chi-Yu wanted to speed up and fly over, but he was a little scared to find that the golden building seemed to be getting farther and farther away from him. However, the peaceful voice became clearer. Come to me. Your companions need you. This was the only sentence that could be heard clearly. But Chi-Yu's heart was full of anxiety. The clouds appeared again, and everything around him became blurred again. The golden building complex disappeared, but the calling voice still remained in his mind. Why does this voice sound so comfortable? It doesn't seem to be a woman's voice. Could it be that I'm also interested in men? No, absolutely not. My sexual orientation has always been normal. Even in this dreamy scene, the filthy thoughts in Chi-Yu's mind still existed. He did not know why, but the moment this thought appeared, everything around him suddenly disappeared. The clouds are gone, and he no longer felt like he was flying. Everything was plunged into darkness. He's calling me, he's calling me. As he murmured, Chi-Yu suddenly woke up. Ah, you're finally awake. The sweet voice was filled with surprise. Chi-Yu gradually returned to his senses. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was that delicate and pretty face. Yes, he should be on the train. So everything just now was clearly a dream. Very quickly, Chi-Yu discovered that something was wrong. He was not on his original top bunk, but in another room. The low roar of the train was still ringing, and there was a faint smell of disinfectant around him. He couldn't help but ask, "Where am I?" Shui-Yu let out a long breath and said, "You've finally woken up. I've never seen anyone who sleeps better than you." Chi-Yu scratched his slightly messy hair and said, "Did I sleep for a long time?" Shui-Yu said unhappily, "If it wasn't long, you wouldn't have come to the infirmary. You've slept for over 30 hours. In a few hours, we'll reach Lhasa. If you hadn't woken up, I'm afraid the train attendants would have sent you to the hospital at the last stop before Lhasa. Fortunately, I'm a doctor. Your pulse is very stable, and there's nothing wrong with it." Over 30 hours. It was just a short dream, and so much time had passed. You couldn't help but feel it was strange. The memories in his mind flickered. He found that he remembered everything in the dream without missing a single thing. This was the first time this had happened. He had naturally had dreams in the past, but usually after waking up, he only had a vague impression. But this time was clearly different. Raising his head to look at Shui-Yu, Chi-Yu couldn't help but smile. "So, you've been taking care of me all this time?" Shui-Yu blushed slightly and said, "Don't forget, I'm a doctor. Do you have any discomfort? The train is now more than 3,000 meters above sea level." Chi-Yu was stunned and took a deep breath. His body didn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. He shook his head and said, "No, the smell here is really bad. I've been afraid of going to the hospital since I was young. Let's go back to the carriage." As he spoke, he immediately sat up on the bed. At this moment, Shui-Yu happened to be sitting by his bed. As soon as Chi-Yu got up, he suddenly felt slightly dizzy. In addition, he had gotten up a bit too abruptly. His body slanted, and he immediately bumped into Shui-Yu's body. If a person suddenly saw a piece of driftwood float in front of him when he was drowning, he would definitely grab it tightly. And Chi-Yu was in such a situation right now. His body slanted, and he instinctively went to support Shui-Yu. His right hand just happened to grab Shui-Yu's body. Only then was he able to stabilize his body. So soft, so big, and so bouncy. When Chi-Yu had just stabilized his body, 3 sensations instantly appeared in his mind. After calming himself down, he realized that his grab seemed to have inadvertently comprehended the legendary breast-grabbing dragon claw. Shui Yu's body clearly froze. With a light sound, he instinctively slapped a palm toward Qi Yu's shoulder. The bouncy feeling on his hand just happened to fill his palm that he had always thought was very big. Qi Yu instinctively squeezed again to confirm his real existence. Although he had dated Na for a period of time, Qi Yu had always been the kind of person who had lustful thoughts but not the guts. It was the first time he had done such an intimate action. Shui Yu was shocked, but how could he not be shocked? A slender, white hand landed on Qi Yu's shoulder. Qi Yu only felt a wave of heat instantly come from his shoulder. His body fell back onto the bed due to the irresistible force. Following Shui Yu's cry of surprise, because some parts of her body had been grabbed by Qi Yu's unintentional roguish action, she just happened to fall onto his body. You. Shui Yu was just about to angrily scold him when she suddenly realized that something was wrong with Qi Yu. At this time, Qi Yu, who had just woken up, fell back into unconsciousness. His face became very red and a faint wave of heat emanated from his body. Ah, not good. Shui Yu finally remembered that, in her embarrassment, she had actually used the sun-folding hand that had been passed down in her family. Although her skills were not very strong, and the sun-folding hand was not a very domineering technique, for someone like Qi Yu who did not have any martial arts background, that palm just now was still too heavy. Qi Yu's hand that had grabbed onto her breasts had already loosened on its own. His entire body emitted a high temperature that gradually rose in his unconsciousness. The sun-folding hand was a type of internal martial art. It was a secret technique of Shui Yu's family that was not passed down. It was mainly used to assist in healing. Of course, the sun-folding hand itself also had a very strong attack power and could also be used for self-defense. If it wasn't for the fact that she was the only daughter in this generation, she would not have been able to learn it. From a very young age, Shui Yu had already started cultivating. After more than 10 years, her internal martial arts had already reached a small level. When Qi Yu had first seen her, he had found it very strange. Why would such a young and beautiful girl travel such a long distance to Tibet alone? However, he did not expect that this seemingly innocent young girl was already considered an expert. When Shui Yu saw Qi Yu's appearance, she couldn't help but feel anxious. However, she had after all followed her father to learn Chinese medicine from a young age. Although she was shocked, she did not panic. She hurriedly took off Qi Yu's shirt. At this time, Shui Yu's strength was immediately shown. She very easily took off Qi Yu's blue shirt that had long since been covered in the smell of sweat. Qi Yu's skin was a healthy bronze color. There was no excess fat on his body. However, his muscles were not obvious and appeared somewhat thin. From Qi Yu's pulse, it was clear that he was slightly malnourished. At this time, his right shoulder had already become red and swollen. The bronze skin gradually emitted a faint layer of heat. Shui Yu took a deep breath. This was also the first time she had encountered someone who had been injured by her family's sun-folding hand. She was very clear about the attack power of the sun-folding hand. Although she had only used 30% of her strength in that attack, it was still enough to kill someone. When the sun-folding hand was used to defend oneself, the most tyrannical part was the masculine energy within. Fortunately, Shui Yu was a girl and naturally belonged to the yin attribute. Her sun-folding hand had a more feminine aura and it did not act up so quickly. Otherwise, that attack just now would only need an instant to take half of Qi Yu's life. Shui Yu's body floated up as if she was weightless. She only touched the ground with one foot and arrived at the door. She first slipped outside and then immediately locked the door. After all, a man and a woman were alone in a room, and at this time, she had taken off Qi Yu's shirt. She definitely did not want the scene to be seen by others. Returning to the bed, Shui Yu's face instantly turned red because under Qi Yu's jeans that had already turned white, there was a large bulge. Without needing to ask, Shuei knew what it was. After all, she was a student of medicine. She was not the little girl in Chiyu's heart who did not know anything. Chiyu's physiological reaction was not from the dragon claw that had grabbed at breasts, but the yang energy in his body had been stimulated by the sun-folding hand. Suppressing the embarrassment in her heart, Shuei took out a cloth bag from her body. When she opened the cloth bag, it was filled with all kinds of silver needles. She now needed to help channel the yang energy that had invaded Chiyu's body to save his life. Picking up a medium-sized silver needle, Shuei was just about to stab down when she suddenly saw a strange scene. On the left side of Chiyu's chest, a faint pattern appeared. It was a beast head that looked like a deer, but wasn't a deer, like a horse, but wasn't a horse. The pattern was black, and a beautiful horn extended from Chiyu's heart all the way to his collarbone. The beast head was slightly lowered, and as the pattern became clearer, one could see that the horn on the beast head was in a fine spiral shape. The beast head was covered with silver-brown fur from head to neck. Paired with the black beast head, it looked exceptionally handsome. At the beginning, only the beast head appeared, but very quickly, the black body began to spread down. The entire body was completely black except for the head, neck, and a small portion of the forelimbs. The pattern continued to spread towards Chiyu's back. What was this? Was this a tattoo? How could there be such a perfect tattoo? Driven by curiosity, Shuei carefully flipped over Chiyu's body. She was instantly stunned by everything in front of her. Most of Chiyu's back had become black. It was completely the appearance of a strange beast. From head to tail, the back of the beast was covered with lifelike silver fur. The black and silver horn that was evenly intertwined looked even more handsome. There were 4 clumps of clouds under the black monster. However, these clouds gave off a dreamy feeling. Within the faint silver, there seemed to be some other colors. However, no matter how hard Shuei tried, she was unable to clearly see what was contained within. The entire beast covered almost 2/3 of Chiyu's back. Shuei thought in shock, was this an invisible tattoo? Father had once said that after a tattoo was made with pigeon blood mixed with some herbs, it would not be seen normally. It would only appear when the blood was moving. However, pigeon blood did not seem to be able to tattoo black, and she had never heard of silver appearing in tattoos. How much pain and effort did one have to endure to successfully make such a fine and large area tattoo? While she was puzzled, Shuei quickly understood. Originally, she did not really believe that Chiyu claimed to study human body art. While she did not read many people, she was still somewhat wary. Therefore, after a simple conversation, she decided to ignore Chiyu. The reason she was here to take care of Chiyu was completely out of a doctor's instinct, and not because she had any good feelings towards Chiyu. However, when she saw this strange tattoo and thought of what Chiyu had said, Shuei could not help but blush with shame. She thought to herself that she had gauged the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. To be able to make such a perfect tattoo, it was likely that only people who studied human body art could do it. How would she know that the one who should truly blush with shame was Chiyu? Yes, the so-called human body art was naturally used to seduce a pure little girl like her. However, Chiyu, this big bad wolf, did not know until he fainted again that the prey that he had originally obtained was not so easy to touch. Even stranger things continued to happen. When Shuei turned Chiyu's body over again and prepared to help him channel the damage caused by the sun-folding hand, she strangely saw that the silver and black monster's horn suddenly had an additional layer of faint red light. Its left front hoof and half of its body and head were in front of Chiyu. At this time, Chiyu's already swollen right shoulder was actually gradually reducing, and Chiyu's rapid breathing also gradually calmed down. Only his lower body was still high. The redness of his skin, due to the increase in temperature, also gradually decreased. Shuei curiously placed her hand on Chiyu's wrist and carefully examined it. She found that the yang energy in Chiyu's body that had been secretly emitted by her sun-folding hand was gradually disappearing. No, more accurately speaking, it seemed that the yang energy emitted by the sun-folding hand was being absorbed by his body. This was the first time Shui Yu had encountered such a situation. She did not discover that right now, Chi Yu's body had already entered a special atmosphere. Although there was some pain on his face, his skin seemed to have become more elastic. His face was no longer as red as before, but a healthy red. The black monster symbols on his body were gradually disappearing, and his mind was gradually stabilizing. Every breath became abnormally even and did not even pause in between. It seemed that at some unknown time, he had already entered a strange world. However, all of these changes were very minute. Even if one deliberately observed it, it was likely that they would miss it. Shui Yu let out a long breath. After all, she had never thought of harming Chi Yu. It was just that the situation just now was too special. It was precisely because of this special situation that she developed a sense of self-protection and almost casually used the sun-folding hand. Seeing that Chi Yu's body was no longer in any danger, Shui Yu instead felt slightly lost because she did not know how to face Chi Yu. Calming down, the place where Chi Yu's strange hand had grabbed still felt somewhat soft. Her pretty face could not help but turn red again. Carefully putting away the silver needles in her hand, Shui Yu sighed softly and stood up from the side of the bed. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on her face. Towards this man who had left a deep impression on her the first time she had met him, her heart was already in a mess. Smiling slightly, Shui Yu knew that no matter what would happen between her and Chi Yu in the future, at least this man's figure had already been deeply imprinted in her heart. He had actually grabbed that place of hers. Although it was not intentional, it was still embarrassing enough. If Shui Yu had come to treat Chi Yu, she would naturally be able to determine when Chi Yu would wake up. However, with the appearance of this special situation, she could not be certain. Just as Shui Yu did not know how to explain things to the train attendant, a faint moan had already come out of Chi Yu's mouth. His body moved slightly. Chi Yu's movement gave Shui Yu a fright. At this time, Chi Yu's upper body was still naked with a red face. Shui Yu hurriedly helped Chi Yu up and helped him put on his clothes. For a normal girl, the weight of Chi Yu's body was naturally a great burden. However, for Shui Yu it was naturally nothing. Despite this, when the blue top that carried a strong smell of sweat was put on, it still caused her to be so nervous that she was covered in fine fragrant sweat. Chi Yu's feeling was very strange. When he had been hit by Shui Yu's palm, he did not feel any pain. He only felt a wave of heat travel from his shoulder to his brain. His mind became dizzy, and he sank into unconsciousness. In his unconsciousness, the dream appeared once again. However, this time he was not flying, and he did not see the large golden buildings. Instead, he was in the middle of a huge furnace. His surroundings were fiery red. The scalding flames constantly attacked his body from all directions. Heat was the only thing that Chi Yu could feel. Every time it attacked, it would bring him pain that came from the depths of his soul. Chi Yu wanted to cry out, but he could not make a sound. He was even more unable to escape this pain. Just as Chi Yu was about to reach his limit, a faint coolness suddenly came from his heart. It rippled through every corner of his body like water. Wherever the coolness passed, he could immediately feel that the seemingly fatal heat was quickly fading. No, more accurately, it seemed to be fusing with his body. The heat and coolness seemed to be neutralizing. After neutralizing, it naturally produced a strange and wonderful feeling. It was precisely this neutralization process that caused the originally unbearable pain to weaken. At the same time, wherever the coolness passed, there was a hint of comfort, as if he was enjoying it. If Chi Yu was still awake, then he would most likely moan out loud from the sudden bliss that appeared in this pain. When all the pain completely faded and his entire body was surrounded by a comfortable feeling, everything seemed to return to normal. The illusion in front of him disappeared, and the furnace that had just appeared also became an illusion. His consciousness awakened once again, and he could once again feel everything around him. Slowly opening his eyes, the sunlight that shone through the train window did not give Chiyu a piercing feeling. The sunlight seemed to have become gentle, and when it shone on his body, it was warm and indescribably comfortable. Everything around him also seemed to have become more natural. Chiyu looked with some confusion at Shuei-yu, who was standing by the bed. What happened to me? Why did I suddenly faint just now? Shuei-yu's pretty face blushed slightly. I don't know either. Perhaps it's because your body has not recovered and you are affected by altitude sickness. Chiyu scratched his head. Is that really the case? Just now you seem to have pushed me and I don't know anything? How did my body become so weak? Perhaps I really should start training. As he spoke, he slowly sat up from the bed and moved his body. He suddenly found that his body seemed to be much lighter than before. Whether it was raising his arm or every minute movement of his body, they all became abnormally natural and relaxed. This kind of special harmony was something Chiyu had never felt before. Shuei-yu also had a special feeling. The Chiyu in front of her seemed to have undergone some slight changes. Although he still had the green beard on his face, and he still looked dispirited, his eyes seemed to be much brighter than before. Even his unremarkable features seemed more harmonious. Thinking of the strange tattoo that had appeared and then disappeared in Shuei-yu's eyes, this young man who called himself a human artist seemed to have become somewhat mysterious. Okay, since you are fine, then I should go back. Shuei-yu nodded at Chiyu. Calming her slightly chaotic emotions, she turned and walked out. Naturally, she would not ask Chiyu about the tattoo. She did not want this somewhat mysterious man to know that she had once taken off his clothes. Chiyu suddenly called out, "Wait, I'll go back with you. I am fine anyway." As he spoke, he also stood up from the bed. His right hand reached behind his back and grabbed a few times. There seemed to be some soft feeling left on his fingertips. Chiyu could not help feeling secretly pleased. He thought to himself, "It looks like I don't need to wash my hands for a while. I really do have a talent for lasciviousness. I can hit my target unintentionally." When the two of them returned to their berths, Chiyu was instantly stunned by everything in front of him. It was not what had happened inside the train, but the scenery outside. Through the window, he could see a stretch of snow-covered mountains. The snowy mountains reached into the clouds. The sky was a color he had never seen before. The sky that was like a bright sapphire did not have a trace of pollution. Although Chiyu had thought that Tibet was very beautiful, he had never realized that any place could be so beautiful. He had seen many clouds, but there was no place that could compare to the clouds here. Under the snowy mountains was a flat grassland. Yaks were gnawing on the grass on the ground. The majestic snowy mountains, the blue sky, the perfect clouds, and the grassland full of vitality. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, it seemed that all of this was fake. Chiyu's heart was filled with shock. If he had a camera in his hand, no matter how bad the camera was, he would definitely be able to take a postcard-like, beautiful picture here. Dad said that these yaks are very powerful. Although they are good at surviving in high altitude and low oxygen areas, as long as the altitude is more than 5,000 meters, they will not climb any higher even if you use a whip to drive them. Shuei-yu's eyes carried a layer of blurred beauty as she appreciated the unique scenery of the snowy region. Her shock was no less than that of Chiyu. It's really hard to imagine. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that all of this is true. Look at that day, it was as pure as a virgin. However, its purity seems to be permanent. Chiyu's words immediately caused Shuei-yu to roll her eyes. Even the people in the lower berths could not help but look at him with a strange expression. Chiyu did not feel embarrassed at all. He said with a smile, "Don't forget, I am in the field of body art. Naturally, I have my own methods of evaluation." Shuei-yu turned her head back somewhat helplessly and continued to look at the snowy region outside. The beauty here, even if she looked at it for a lifetime, she would not feel tired. Chapter 3. Shuei West said that's a prayer banner. It's very common in Tibet. For example, on the roofs of houses, beside holy mountains and holy water, Buddha statues, and so on. The 5-color prayer banner is composed of 5 colors: blue, white, red, green, and yellow. Their colors can't be changed at will because each color represents a different meaning. Blue, blue sky, white, white clouds, and snow-capped mountains, red sun, also known as flames, green, green trees, and yellow earth. There are scriptures printed on the prayer banner. Tibetans believe that every time the wind blows the prayer banner, it means that they have recited the Buddhist scriptures in their hearts and prayed for peace and auspiciousness. Chi smiled and said, "Isn't this your first time here? You look very familiar." Shuei said, "I can't say I'm familiar, but my father has been here many times. He often tells me about Tibet and shows me some photos. For Tibet, the Potala Palace is their holy land. My father said that if you don't come to Tibet once, you'll never be able to appreciate how beautiful the scenery of our Yanhuang Republic is." "Oh, what's the Potala Palace like?" Chi naturally wouldn't be so ignorant that he didn't know about the Potala Palace. But at this time he suddenly thought of the golden building in his dream. It seemed to be a strange building built on a mountain. Although he hadn't seen it clearly, the sacred feeling made Chiyu have some ideas. The Potala Palace is on Mount Maburi in the northwest of Lhasa, Tibet. It is a famous palace building complex and the essence of Tibetan ancient architecture. The Potala Palace was built in the 7th century AD. It was built by the Tibetan king Songtsen Gampo for Princess Wencheng of the Tang dynasty, who was married to Tibet. A palace with 999 rooms was built on Red Mountain, which is more than 3,700 meters above sea level in Lhasa. The palace was built against the mountain. It now covers an area of 410,000 square meters and has a construction area of 130,000 square meters. The main building of the palace has 13 floors and is 115 meters high. It is all made of stone and wood. The 5 palace roofs are covered with gold-plated copper tiles. They are golden and majestic. It is the essence of Tibetan ancient architecture. After listening to Shueyue's detailed explanation, Chi-Yu's heart trembled slightly, especially the 4 words, which made him have a strong impulse. This time, although he had come to Tibet on the run, he had secretly decided that no matter what, he had to go to Potala Palace to take a look. The clarity of the dream gave him a feeling that was completely different from his previous life. Although it was just a dream, in his mind, the dream seemed to be real. Shuei looked back at Chiyu and said with a smile, "It's a pity that you slept for too long and didn't see the majestic Kunlun Mountains. It is also a very beautiful place. The highest peak in the eastern part of the Kunlun Mountains, Yuju Peak, is where our train passed. It is more than 6,000 meters above sea level. We have now arrived at the Nyenching Tangula Mountains. This is one of the most important mountains around Lhasa. You see, these snow-capped mountains don't seem to be very high, mainly because the altitude we are at is already very high. Nyenching Tangula means Lingyiing grassland god in Tibetan. It is the sacred mountain in the hearts of Tibetans. The main peak is 7,117 meters high. Near the main peak, there are 4 peaks over 7,000 meters above sea level, arranged east-west and closely connected. There are also more than 30 snow-capped peaks over 6,000 meters around it. They are majestic and endless. Here, we are almost in Lhasa." Her voice was said with a sigh. Looking at Shuei, it seemed that she had completely integrated into the snowy region outside the train. Chi, you didn't say anything more. Looking at the majestic, snow-capped mountains outside, for some reason, he didn't have the mood to tease Shuei. The majesty of the snow-capped mountains was not only in appearance, but also in his heart. He suddenly felt that his heart was unprecedentedly open. The depressed feeling when he left the capital was gone. When the train finally arrived at the destination, Lhasa, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Chiyu and Shuei got off together. In the distance, he had already driven to the receiving platform. Someone was holding a large sign with the words Shueiwa written on it. Shueiwa stopped and looked deeply at Chiyu. She said, "I think we are going to break up. My father has a friend who is a doctor in Lessa. He will come to pick me up, and then I will go to their hospital for an internship. My school is a little special, so my vacation will be earlier. I should be here for an internship until the end of August, and then I will return to the capital. I really want to do more things for the Tibetan people here. If we are fated, maybe we can meet again in the capital." After saying this, a trace of holy light naturally appeared on her face. Chiyu knew that this kind of light represented one meaning, kindness. It was impossible to say that he didn't have a trace of reluctance to part. Chiyu found somewhat gloomily that looking at this beautiful and pure girl, he actually didn't have any desire in his heart. Instead, there was more admiration. "Can you leave me your number?" Shueiwa revealed a smile like a blooming lily. "We will meet again if we are fated." Leaving these words, she pulled her luggage and quickened her steps towards the large sign that would pick her up. She didn't look back at Chiyu again. Chiyu stood where he was. He watched Shueiwa and the wooden sign with her name disappear into the crowd before coming back to his senses. He cursed inwardly. "What is wrong with me? Did I really like her? No, it's impossible. I only like her seductive appearance." He took out a slightly twisted cigarette pack from his pocket, took out a curved cigarette and put it in his mouth. But when he tried to light it with his lighter, he found that his lighter had already malfunctioned. Only then did he remember that in a plateau environment like Lessa, there was not enough oxygen, and it was difficult to use an ordinary lighter. Taking out the phone number Vol gave him, Chiyu dialed Vol's home number. "Vol, this is Chiyu." "Boss, where are you now?" Vol's voice was full of surprise. Chiyu looked around and carried his simple luggage to a corner before continuing. "I've already reached Tibet. How's the situation on your side? Is Yen Xiaoyi dead?" Vol smiled bitterly and said, "That guy's life is as hard as a cockroach. My dad sent someone to inquire about him. He is not dead. He has a moderate concussion and is still in the hospital. He has already said that he will never let you go. You'd better hide for a few more days. Come back when things calm down." Chiyu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as long as he was not dead, there would be no big deal. "Okay, we are brothers. How is your dad? Did he make things difficult for you?" Vol said, "It's nothing. I was just put in solitary confinement. Boss, you know that Yen Xiaoyi's family is a bit powerful. My dad has to go and mediate. Don't worry, I will be fine." He naturally would not tell Chiyu that because of this matter, he had been severely reprimanded and had been transferred to a strictly supervised boarding school for nobles. In the future, he would no longer have the chance to mingle around. "Then I won't say much. Take care of yourself." Chiyu hung up the phone. Although he and Vol had only known each other for a few years, he knew his good brother very well. There was no need to say much, but he would always remember what he owed Vol. Where should he go now? Chiyu was a little at a loss. Tibet was definitely a mysterious place for him. Here, he could not even tell north from south, let alone make friends. He hesitated for a while with his luggage, patted the more than 10,000 yuan in his bag, and made a decision in his heart. At night, the streets of Lessa looked very beautiful amidst the flowing lights and vibrant colors. However, when Chi stepped out of the train station, he was once again stunned. That was because he could faintly see that not far behind these gorgeous streets, there was a misty golden brilliance. That hazy golden color was almost exactly the same as what he had seen in his dream. What was that place? After a simple inquiry, Chiyu soon got the answer. That was the most mysterious and holy place in Tibet, Patala Palace. Under the colorful lights, Patala Palace looked even more dignified and mysterious under the black night. Looking at the magnificent Patala Palace, Chiyu seemed to hear a voice calling him. His eyes were a little blurred, and his body seemed to be out of his control. He came to the streets of Lhasa, took a taxi, and went straight in the direction of Patala Palace, ignoring his hungry stomach. The staircase in front of Badala was curved from high to low. Looking from the bottom to the top, it seemed even more majestic and majestic. When Chiyu arrived at the foot of the mountain, he suddenly discovered that the summoning voice in his heart had disappeared. The almost golden palace looked so beautiful, and the scene from his dream appeared in front of him once again. However, this time it was real. "Is it beautiful here?" A gentle voice sounded not far from Chiyu. The voice sounded very friendly because it was authentic Beijing dialect, not Tibetan, which Chiyu could not understand at all. When he turned around, he saw a young monk in a monk's robe standing 5 meters behind him. There had been no footsteps before. It seemed that he had appeared there directly. Chiyu looked up and down at the young monk. He looked about the same age as him. He was not handsome, but his whole body exuded a harmonious sense of beauty. The young monk walked to Chiyu and stood beside him. His eyes also looked at the Patala Palace in front of him, and he said with a smile, "Patala Palace is built on a mountain with overlapping buildings. It is the winter palace of the Dalai Lamas of all generations. It is the ruling center of the old Tibet, and there are 8 pagodas dedicated to the 5th, 7th, and 13th Dalai Lamas. Patala Palace collects and preserves a large number of historical relics and rare treasures. Among them, there are more than 2,500 square meters of murals, nearly 1,000 pagodas, tens of thousands of statues, and tens of thousands of tankards. The emperors of the Ming and Qing dynasties bestowed the Dalai Lama with gold books, gold seals, jade seals, and a large number of gold and silver items, porcelain, enamel, jade, brocade, and craftsmanship treasures. These cultural relics are colorful and rich in themes. In Patala Palace, the cultural relics in every hall are priceless." Hearing this, Chiyu couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. "You mean there are very valuable things here?" The young monk glanced at Chiyu. Although his eyes were very calm, it strangely made the dirty thoughts in Chiyu's heart disappear in an instant. "There are some things that can't be said casually here. Buddha is merciful." Chiyu said with a wry smile, "I'm not thinking too much. I just want to come and take a look." The young monk smiled and said, "But it's already past the visiting time. Why do you still want to come?" Chiyu scratched his head and said, "I don't know when the visiting time will be. As soon as I got off the train, I saw this place on the street. It seemed that a voice had been calling me, so I came. The atmosphere of religion here is really strong. On the way, I saw many Tibetans worshipping." The young monk said, "The main buildings of Patala Palace are the White Palace and the Red Palace. The White Palace is the winter palace of the Dalai Lama. It was also the location of the former Tibetan local government office. It is 7 stories high. The Red Palace is mainly the spiritual pagoda hall and various Buddhist halls of the Dalai Lama. Among them, the Great Hall of Solitary Perfection is the hall of the spiritual pagoda hall of the 5th Dalai Lama. It is also the largest hall in Patala Palace. It covers an area of 725 square meters, and the inner walls are full of murals. In the hall, above the throne of the Dalai Lama, hangs a horizontal board written by the Qianlong Emperor of the Qing dynasty, Yonglian Xuandi." Chiyu said with some doubt, "Why are you telling me this? Anyway, I'm not allowed to enter now, so I'm leaving." The young monk smiled and said, "There are some things in the world that need to be understood. However, you are really not suitable to visit Patala Palace because your heart is not pure enough. More importantly, there is no Buddha in your heart." Chiyu snorted and said, "There is no Buddha. Is it something you can decide? Can you see my heart?" The smile on the young monk's face disappeared. He nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I can see your heart. Do you still remember the voice calling you? Do you still remember the scene in the dream? In fact, all of this is to let you come here to meet me." As soon as he heard the young monk talk about his dream, Chi-Yu's whole body suddenly trembled, and he said involuntarily, You can enter my dream? Buddha is invisible and formless. Please come with me. With that, the young monk smiled slightly and turned to walk to the side of the street. Although Chi-Yu's social status was very low, he was also a very curious person. When he heard the young monk talk about his dream, he followed without any hesitation. He could not wait to get the answer to the doubts in his heart. When the two of them arrived at the side of the street, the young monk walked to a car and stopped. It was a large off-road vehicle. The young monk first made a gesture to Chi-Yu, and then he got into the driver's seat. F***CK, this is Lincoln Navigator. If there was a trace of hesitation before, then at this moment, Chi-Yu's eagerness was even more obvious. All men liked cars. Men often said that the car was their concubine. This situation was particularly obvious for Chi-Yu. Although he had no money and was idle all day, everyone had hobbies. Chi-Yu's hobby was cars, especially some of the world's famous cars. In addition to eating, most of his remaining money was spent on various car magazines. Sitting in the wide seat of the Lincoln Navigator, Chi-Yu was filled with shock. He said, almost as if he was talking in a dream, one of the models of luxury off-road vehicles. The car is more than 2 meters long. It is the largest off-road vehicle in the world. It has superb comfort and stability. In addition, the engine cover is 4 meters high. It is like a warrior in a legend, reflecting an insufferably domineering aura. Is it so promising to become a monk? I heard that llamas can marry. It seems that I came to the right place this time. The young monk said, It seems that you know a lot about cars. As he spoke, he had already started the car. The car drove very smoothly, and all the noise was cleverly filtered. Looking out through the huge window, it seemed that he was appreciating Lhasa from another perspective. Chi-Yu proudly said, Of course I understand. I'm an expert, and I especially like off-road vehicles. Although this Lincoln Navigator is not bad, it's not my favorite. It's too bulky, and while it's good to sit on, it's not good to drive. My favorite is the Jewel Kian. Although the Kian's off-road capabilities are slightly lacking, its overall performance is the best. If I win the lottery one day, I'll definitely get myself one. After a while, Chi-Yu was surprised to find that the young monk had driven his Lincoln Navigator out of the urban area of Lhasa. He could not help feeling a little nervous. Where are you taking me? Are you the kind of person who has a special hobby? Are you going to take me to a deserted place to rape me first, and then kill me? The young monk's face changed slightly, and he said, I didn't expect that you would still have such dirty thoughts after seeing my Buddha's eyes. It seems that you are indeed a very special kind of person. Chi-Yu asked curiously, What special kind of person? The young monk glanced at him and said, In your words, I am a scoundrel or a hooligan, and I am a real hooligan. Amit Ba, I am talking nonsense. The place I am taking you to is where I live. It is called the Holy Buddha Rule. You may think the name is strange, but you can understand it as a city in Tibet. It is 270 kilometers away from Lhasa. We will drive for about 2 hours. If you are tired, you can take a rest first. There is a leather bag beside you in the car door. It is filled with sheep's milk. It is enough to satisfy your hunger. When Chi-Yu heard the monk say that he was a hooligan and a scoundrel, not only did he not feel ashamed, but he also felt proud of himself. He smiled, picked up the leather bag from the car door, and drank it. When the young monk answered him, he had already thought it through. To him, this young monk couldn't possibly have any special purpose. He wasn't handsome, and he looked poor and dejected. Who would think of someone like him? If it was for the more than 10,000 yuan in his bag, it would be even more ridiculous. Was there a need to drive a Lincoln to rob such a small amount of money? After thinking it through, Chi-Yu simply relaxed. Anyway, he had no specific place to go, so he simply handed himself over to the young monk. Adapting to circumstances was Chi-Yu's character. Otherwise, he would not be wandering on the street all day at the age of 19. The taste of the sheep's milk was very mellow, and there was even a faint smell of sheep's urine. But for Chiyu, who had not eaten for a few days, it could definitely be described as ambrosia. He drank most of the bag in one breath and suddenly felt much more comfortable. After taking a break, he drank all the rest of the sheep's milk. The temperature in Tibet was relatively low. After all, it was a plateau. The warm air in the car was turned on. With something in his stomach, Chiyu suddenly felt a little tired. Although he did not have altitude sickness, he quickly fell asleep in this comfortable luxury off-road vehicle. After sleeping for a long time, a voice that seemed to come from the deepest part of his soul woke him up from his sleep. Opening his sleepy eyes, Chiyu found that the car had stopped and the young monk was looking at him. "Have we arrived?" "Yes, please get out of the car." After the monk finished speaking, he took the lead to get out of the car. Chiyu followed him out of the car. Compared with the warmth in the car, the cold wind outside made him shiver. A huge temple appeared in front of him, which did not surprise Chiyu. The young monk had already said that he would take him to his place, so the monk naturally had to live in the temple. Chiyu followed behind the young monk and walked into the magnificent temple. The moment he entered, Chiyu was shocked because he saw the armed police that could often be seen in the capital. These armed police were armed with live ammunition, and there was a cordon not far from the door. What is this place? Why are there armed police guarding it? When the armed police saw the young monk, they bowed respectfully to him at the same time. The young monk smiled and nodded at them before leading Chiyu inside. "Why are there armed police here? Did someone in your temple commit a crime?" Chiyu asked curiously. The young monk said, "Your idea is really novel. This is a national A-class tourist reserve. It's not new to have armed police here. In Yanhuang language, this temple is called Holy Buddha Temple." Chiyu suddenly felt a strange aura in the temple. After coming here, he realized that his heart seemed to have calmed down a lot. What a strange feeling. This place seems very strange. The young monk glanced at Chiyu and said, "Tibet has its own culture." The two of them continued walking into the temple. Due to the fact that the Saint Buddha temple was built on a mountain, Chiyu was already panting after climbing for a while. However, the young monk's breathing was still as steady as before. Even his footsteps were no different from before. "I say, how much longer do we have to walk?" Chiyu asked as he panted. Although he didn't have altitude sickness, climbing on a plateau was definitely not an easy task. The young monk said as he walked forward, "We're almost there." The two of them came to the door of a hall on the side and stopped. There were some strange patterns on the ancient and heavy door. The young monk waved at Chiyu before pushing the door open and entering. The interior of the hall was very quiet, and the statue of Buddha was enshrined in the middle of the spacious hall. The young monk walked to the front of the statue and bowed slightly before turning to Chiyu. In front of the statue of Buddha, the young monk appeared even more solemn and dignified. "All right, can you tell me now? Why did you bring me here?" Chiyu's patience had long run out. If it weren't for the Lincoln Navigator and the bag of goat's milk, he might have run away. The young monk said indifferently, "I brought you here to help you gain enlightenment." "Enlightenment? Are you scolding me? I'm not a blockhead. I don't need enlightenment." Chiyu looked at the young monk and snorted disdainfully. The young monk said, "Don't talk nonsense in front of Buddha. You came to Tibet because of fate. Fate arranged for you to meet me. You can treat me as your enlightener. To be honest, I didn't expect that such an important person to the East would be someone like you." Chiyu's expression changed as he said, "So you look down on me? I'm not interested in your temples. In that case, why don't we go our separate ways? You can send me away." Although he was a hoodlum, Chiyu was also a person with a strong sense of pride. If not for the fact that the other party was a monk, he would have already verbally abused him or beaten him up. When he was in the capital, Chiyu would not let go of anyone who looked down on him. Although he knew that it was futile, it was his way of protecting his self-esteem. The young monk acted as if he hadn't heard Chi Yu's words and continued. In the East, the Yanhuang Republic is the Pearl of the East. The mystery of the East is not something that ordinary people can understand. In this world, there has always been a group of people silently protecting the East. They have secretly contributed all their strength to the East. Under the control of fate, these guardians will appear once every 1,000 years. It is precisely because of their existence that the East can develop peacefully and peacefully. Are you going to tell me a story? Chi Yu could not help but be stunned when he heard the young monk's words. The young monk shook his head and said, "What I'm talking about is the story that is about to happen to you. There are many things in the world that are incomprehensible, and not all of these incomprehensible things are illusory. Many of them really exist." Chi Yu thought of his strange dream, and his heart trembled. He said, "Then, who are these people who protect the East that you mentioned? Could it be God? Is there really a God in this world?" The young monk shook his head and said, "Although there is no God, there is a great bloodline that has always been passed down. For you, I inherited the most advanced existence of this great bloodline." Chi Yu suddenly laughed out loud. "Little monk, you're really interesting. You drove more than 200 kilometers in the middle of the night to get me here, just to tell me a story? I ran to Tibet and met a stranger like you. Then you brought me here. Do you think I can believe your words? Although your story is a little attractive, it has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving." With that, he turned around and walked out. Did Chi Yu really not believe the young monk's words? No, he already believed it a little, but he suddenly felt a little uneasy. Under the influence of his self-protection, he decided to leave this place immediately. The young monk suddenly said, "Stop. If you want to know that everything I said is true, then please take off your shirt." Chi Yu suddenly turned around. "Take off my clothes? Take off my clothes in front of Buddha? Although I don't believe in Buddha, I don't want to offend Buddha." The young monk smiled and said, "It seems that you already believe it, don't you? Take off your shirt. When people come to this world, they don't have any clothes. Buddha will forgive you." Chi Yu snorted and said, "I don't want to know anything now, and I don't want to listen to your proof. I'm leaving." With that, he turned around and walked out in a panic. At this moment, a gentle force pulled his body. Chi Yu was shocked to find that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not take another step. Under the control of that strange yet gentle power, he turned around once again. At this moment, the young monk had unknowingly appeared beside him and was face to face with him. With a wave of the young monk's right hand, that gentle power not only restrained Chi Yu's body, but at the same time a gentle breeze blew away his clothes, revealing his bronze skin. Every generation of Kirin is so stubborn. Their stubbornness is expressed in sacrificing themselves to protect the East, but you express this stubbornness in fear. I don't know if it's my fortune or misfortune to be in the same generation as you. The young monk's face was a little gloomy. He raised his hand, stretched out his jade-like index finger, and lightly tapped on Chi Yu's heart. Chapter 4. Look at yourself. The young monk took a step back. Chi Yu subconsciously looked down and happened to see black lines gradually emerging on his flat chest, accompanied by a faint silver light. The spiral black and silver horns looked so mighty and handsome. Chi Yu was completely stunned. What is this?" At this time, Chi Yu was not the only one who was surprised. The young monk's eyes also flashed with surprise. "Ink Kirin? It's actually Ink Kirin? When I first saw you, I was prepared for the worst, but fate played a huge joke on me. You turned out to be the strongest person in the Kirin clan, Ink Kirin. I never thought that Ink Kirin would be born in this generation." Chi Yu still looked down at his chest. The clear black monster had a pair of silver eyes, and it seemed to be looking at him. A feeling of flesh and blood suddenly filled Chi Yu's body with strength. He was surprised to find that his muscles seemed to have expanded a little. The fatigue from walking after entering the temple had disappeared. Although his upper body was naked, He no longer felt cold. The young monk took a deep breath and said, "Now, can you calm down and listen to me?" Chi-Yu raised his head and looked at the young monk. There was a complicated look in his eyes, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "When I was a child, my biggest wish was to be an extraordinary person. Now it seems that this wish is coming true. Although it's like a dream, I won't run away. The impending fate is like a gangster raping a beautiful woman. Since I can't choose, I can only try my best to feel the beauty of it. Tell me, but I want to hear your introduction first. I think you must not be an ordinary monk." After listening to Chi-Yu's metaphor, the young monk was speechless. "It seems that you can't leave the topic of women." Although there was some dissatisfaction in his words, the invisible restraints around Chi-Yu's body had already been removed. Chi-Yu chuckled and said, "Since there are two kinds of humans in this world, men and women, it is natural for them to be attracted to each other. Tell me, who are you? Then I'll listen to your story. However, to be honest, I don't know much about Tibetan Buddhism in Tibet. Maybe I won't know your identity, even if you tell me, but I still want to hear it." The young monk smiled indifferently and said, "Although the status of the Holy Buddha Temple in Tibet is not as good as the Potala Palace, it also has its special place. Only the most devout lamas would cultivate here. More than 10 years ago, when the most famous master here passed away, I was still an ordinary child. He chose me to inherit his mantle and gave me the most precious collection of ancient books. In a sense, you can understand him as the master of this Saint Buddha temple." At this point, he paused and looked at Chi-Yu and said in a deep voice, "Therefore, I am just a disciple of the Buddha who has been practicing Buddhism since childhood. We cultivators are very indifferent to everything in the outside world. What reputation and the like are all fabricated. Therefore, I naturally don't have a name that you know to prove that what I said is true. As a monk, I only have one best explanation. A monk does not lie. You are in charge of such a big temple? Okay, I'll listen to you." This time, Chi-Yu was really a little surprised. Looking at the mysterious young monk in front of him, he actually believed it in his heart. Although this monk was about the same age as him, he felt that he was like a vast sea that could contain everything. The young monk smiled indifferently and said, "You can call me Zagru. I've already said the 2 words Kirin just now, so you should be able to guess that the tattoo on your body is Kirin. Actually, this is not a tattoo, but a symbol that has been sleeping in your blood, or should I say, the bloodline of Kirin. Kirin is an auspicious sign from the heavens, the leader of all beasts, symbolizing auspiciousness and peace. There are also many types of Kirin. The ordinary Kirin has golden hair and a silver body, but you are different. You are actually the most special and powerful ink Kirin among Kirin. As far as I know, you are the first human in history to inherit the bloodline of Ink Kirin." "Ink Kirin? You are saying that I am Ink Kirin? Kirin seems to be able to fly, right? If I become the real Kirin, won't I be able to fly too? This thing is black, but it looks passable." As he spoke, Chi-Yu looked at the tattoo on his chest with satisfaction. "I've wanted to get a tattoo for a long time. In the movies I used to watch, there's a green dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right, and an old bull in the middle. It's so cool." Zagru stared at him with wide eyes and said, "You're actually comparing the bloodline of Ink Kirin to that hooligan tattoo? Forget it, that's your nature. I'll get straight to the point." He was really afraid that if he spoke too much to this guy in front of him, his Buddha-like nature would be greatly affected. In our East, there has always been a group of true guardians. There aren't many of them, but they all have a mission that has been passed down since ancient times, and that is to protect our East, this piece of pure land, so that it will not be taken advantage of by evil, and so that it will not be broken by foreign enemies. And this group of guardians is led by 12 warriors who represent the 12 earthly branches. Wait a minute, what are the 12 earthly branches? Chi-Yu's curious gaze made Zagru speechless. You don't even know about the 12 earthly branches? I'm really ashamed that you're a descendant of the Yellow Emperor. You don't know about the 12 earthly branches, but you should have heard of the 12 Zodiac. These 12 warriors represented the Zodiac guardian gods of the 12 Zodiac animals. They have their own abilities, and not only are they powerful warriors, but they are also the guardians of the East. Chi-Yu suddenly understood and said, "So that's how it is. I know about the 12 Zodiac. I could memorize them when I was in primary school. Isn't it just rat, ox, and so on?" Zagru forced himself not to look at Chi-Yu as if he was looking at an idiot, and said reluctantly, "You can say that. The 12 Zodiac are rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. The 12 characters that correspond to the 12 Zodiac are Zi, Cho, Yin, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Su, and Hai. These 12 characters are the 12 earthly branches. Forget it. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. You only need to know that the 12 Zodiac guardian gods have always been guarding the East. What does it have to do with me? I'm born in the year of the monkey. Don't tell me you think that I'm one of the 12 guardian gods?" Chi-Yu's interest was piqued. At the very least, the Zodiac guardian god title sounded very impressive. Zagla shook his head and said, "Of course not. Even I can only try my luck when searching for the 12 Zodiac guardians that appear once in 1,000 years. Up until now, I've only encountered 3. When the 12 Zodiac guardian gods appear every 1,000 years, the biggest difficulty is how to gather them together. Only when they are together and complement each other can the full strength of the Zodiac guardian gods be exerted. Only then can they have the ability to completely protect the East. Therefore, in addition to the 12 Zodiac guardian gods, there is also a leader. He has the mission of commanding the Zodiac guardian gods and gathering them together. He is also the leader of all the East Guardians." Speaking of this, Zagru's eyes fell on the lifelike black monster on Chi-Yu's chest. Chi-Yu said, "Do you mean that I'm the guy who commands the 12 Zodiac guardian gods and has to protect the East? In other words, Kirin you mentioned? Isn't Kirin something that only exists in the legends?" Zagru sighed softly and said, "Actually, many of the records in the Yanhuang mythology are based on reality. Kirin does exist, and you are the one who has Kirin's bloodline. The ink Kirin pattern on your body is the best proof. Before you came here, when we were still sitting on the train, I had already felt the aura of Kirin's bloodline in your body. I met you through my Buddhist power. Do you still remember that dream? In that dream, I used Buddhist energy as a guide to awaken your Qilin bloodline from its slumber. That's why you slept for so long. It's because your body needs a period of nourishment after receiving the Qilin bloodline. I led you here to help you fully awaken your Kirin's bloodline. This awakening process is called initial awakening for the 12 Zodiac guardian gods and the king of the Zodiac guardian gods, Kirin. Chi-Yu's face became calm and he asked, "If I become the Kirin you mentioned, then what do I need to do?" Zagru's body exuded a layer of peaceful aura, and he said seriously, as the king of the Zodiac and the commander of the 12 Zodiac guardian gods, "Your mission is to protect the East. When there is any abnormal situation in the East, you will need to lead our Zodiac guardian gods to solve it. The birth of the Zodiac guardian gods will inevitably mean the appearance of the evil forces in the East. At the same time, as the guardian of the East, you may also have to face challenges from the West." Chi-Yu walked in front of Zagru and revealed a strange smile. He raised his hand and patted Zagru's shoulder. He said in a deep voice, "Little monk, I can see that you are a very righteous person. You are a good person who takes responsibility for the world." Zagral stared blankly for a moment and said, "I'm just doing what I should do. Everyone has their own predestined fate, just like you, who was born with the bloodline of the Qilin." The smile on Chi-Yu's face became wider. "Because you are a good person and a compassionate monk. So, I think if I insist on leaving, you will not stop me, right? Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Zagru was stunned for a moment. After all, he was not even 20 years old. Seeing Chi-Yu turn around and leave, he suddenly felt a little anxious. You are leaving just like that? Don't you want to be the king of the Zodiac? Chi-Yu said without turning his head. Who would want to be the king of the Zodiac? It is not that easy to be a hero. Needless to say, if I become the king of the Zodiac, the enemies I will face will be very terrifying. You said it yourself, I am a hooligan or a scoundrel. For a hooligan or a scoundrel, nothing is more important than living. I am only 19 years old, and I have not lived long enough. Although I have also dreamed of being a hero, I have watched a lot of TV shows and novels. It is not that easy to be a hero. If I am not careful, I will die before I achieve anything. So, I do not have the thought of being a hero. I am just a nobody, and I only want to be a nobody. I want to be a Superman who wears his underwear on the outside in the TV. It is just a dream. Don't bother me anymore. I am not a warrior, and I am not a hero. As he said that, Chi-Yu had already walked to the entrance of the hall. He had grasped Zagru's character. As a monk, he would not force himself. Zagru was anxious. Although he looked down on this guy in front of him, Kirin was too important to all the Zodiac guardian gods. Wait, can you tell me what you wish for in this life? Or should I say, what is your biggest wish? Chi-Yu stood at the door and turned around. His eyes were full of longing. Actually, my wish is very simple. I live on the west side of the capital. I once knew a big brother. His nickname was Smoke Man. He once said something that inspired me a lot. He said, sleep until you wake up naturally. Count money until your hands cramp. I added 2 more sentences on the basis of these 2 sentences. They formed all of my wishes. I added, beautiful women come to my door and let me sleep with them. My golden spear will never fall. These 4 sentences, when put together, were my life's ideals. However, although I am just a nobody, I also know that wishes are beautiful, but they're also very difficult to achieve. So, I have never had any extravagant expectations. Seeing that Chi-Yu was about to leave again, Zagru hurriedly said, these wishes of yours are not impossible to achieve. Although, as a monk, he really didn't want to get involved in these mortal affairs. In order to make Chi-Yu stay, he had to go along with it. Sure enough, as soon as Zagru said this, it immediately aroused Chi-Yu's interest. Oh, then tell me, how can it be achieved? Can it be achieved by becoming Kirin? Even if it is true, I don't want to enjoy it for a few days and then die. Zagru said with a wry smile, in fact, what you said is nothing more than the word power. With power, everything will become simple. In the East, the status of Kirin is absolutely transcendent, and what you will face is far less dangerous than you think. As the king of the Zodiac guardian gods, all the Zodiac guardian gods will take your safety as their responsibility. They will not hesitate to sacrifice their lives to protect you. Moreover, as the unprecedented in Kirin, you have a special ability that other Kirin don't have. You are now only in the initial stage of awakening. As long as I help you to enlighten your acupoints, your Ink Kirin bloodline will be fully awakened, and you will immediately have this special ability. Chi-Yu looked at Zagru and said, what ability? Don't tell me that I will become a super master after you enlighten me. I have read many novels, and I understand the principle of gradual progress. No one can eat fatso in one bite. Zagru shook his head and said, of course not. You are right. Gradual progress is a process that all cultivation methods have to go through. The more effort you put in, the more power you will have. In ancient times, Kirin was one of the most powerful divine beasts. However, Kirin has a fatal weakness, and that is their horn. Once their horn is chopped off, Kirin's life will also disappear. However, there is an exception in the Kirin clan, and that is Ink Kirin. Ink Kirin has a strong vitality that other Kirin can't compare to. Even if their horn is chopped off, they can still survive. Moreover, their horn will grow again. Chi-Yu said calmly, what do you mean by telling me this? Zagru said, what I mean is that as long as your Ink Kirin bloodline is fully awakened, you will be able to have a strong self-recovery *ability. Unless your head is chopped off, you will be able to recover in a short time even if your other limbs are broken. Chi-Yu was stunned. F***CK. Then am I Kirin or a cockroach? Zagru smiled and said, Of course you are Kirin. How can a cockroach be compared to Ink Kirin? Not only that, because Kirin is an auspicious sign from the heavens, as long as your bloodline is awakened. Anyone who offends you will be punished by fate. Although the punishment may not be severe, an auspicious sign is not something anyone can offend. Chi-Yu was pleasantly surprised. Do you mean that anyone who offends me in the future will be out of luck? Zagru said, In a sense, you can understand it that way. However, it is only to a certain extent. Chi-Yu shook his head and said, It still won't work. If I only have a strong recovery ability, then I will become a punching bag. I won't do it. Zaglu suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Of course it won't be like this. As the inheritor of the Qilin, you naturally have a cultivation method that belongs to the Qilin. As long as you are willing to cultivate diligently, you will definitely become an expert. Furthermore, you have the Zodiac guardian god to protect you. So how can you become a punching bag? Among the guardians of the East, I am called Tianin. My ability is to help you and the other Zodiac guardians awaken their abilities. However, I can only sense their aura within 100 miles. You are different. After you turn 18, no matter where you are, I will be able to sense your existence. You also have the ability to sense the aura of any Zodiac guardian within a distance of 500 miles. 2 years ago, I traveled all over the country and finally found 3 Zodiac guardians under my unremitting efforts. Some of them have already awakened, while others were awakened by me. As long as you are willing to accept the responsibility of Kirin, then they will naturally become your guardians. Before you find all 12 Zodiac guardians, you can temporarily ignore any troubles that occur in the East. You can rest assured that the Zodiac guardians are the most important among the guardians of the East. They are the most powerful existences, and the most important one among the Zodiac guardians is you, the King of the Zodiac. Only under your leadership can the Zodiac guardians exert their full strength. Therefore, protecting your safety is absolutely the most important thing. In the next few years, your task is actually very simple. You just need to find the other Zodiac guardians and practice your own cultivation. There won't be any danger. As for our guardians of the East, some of them are families that have been passed down since ancient times. These big families have great power. As the King of the Zodiac, you will naturally get their help. It will be much easier to realize your wishes. Chi-Yu tilted his head and said, That sounds pretty good. All right, I'll agree to it. However, shouldn't you at least show me something? As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand and rubbed his thumb, index finger, and middle finger together. There was a wretched and lascivious smile on his face, revealing his true colors of a ruffian. In fact, from the moment he saw the Kirin pattern on his body and Zagru told him about his dream, Chi-Yu had already believed him. And when Chi-Yu said that he wanted to leave, he was just playing hard to get. When he was very young, Chi-Yu had vowed that even if his name could not be passed down in history, he must be infamous for thousands of years. He would never live in vain. How could he give up such a good opportunity when it suddenly appeared in front of him? However, extortion was the nature of a ruffian. The little monk in front of him was obviously not an ordinary person. How could Chi-Yu be reconciled if he did not get some benefits from him? Obviously, Zagru did not understand what Chi-Yu meant. Looking at his rubbing fingers, he asked in confusion, What do you mean? Chi-Yu laughed and said, Don't you Buddhists all have magic weapons? Give me 2, so that I can protect myself in the future. He put on a righteous look and said, As the King of the Zodiac guardian gods, in order to better protect our great East, having more magic weapons will naturally make things smoother. Looking at Chi-Yu's appearance, Zagru could not help but feel a little strange. Naturally, he could see what Chi-Yu was thinking. For the first time in his life, he had the impulse to beat someone. But although he was young, he was a virtuous monk after all. He sighed and said, "I knew you would not let me go. Well, this is for you. Only this thing is suitable for you." As he spoke, he took off a string of green Buddha beads from his wrist and handed it to Chiyu. Chiyu rejoiced in his heart as he hurriedly walked in front of Zaglu. He did not even say a word of courtesy as he received the prayer beads. He could not help but feel a little disappointed as he held them in his hand. The prayer beads were dark green in color and gave off a simple and unadorned aura. They were slightly warm to the touch and did not emit any dazzling light. He could not tell what kind of treasure it was. Zagru said, "This string of beads was passed on to me by the ancestors. It has the effect of calming the mind and driving away evil. It is my most precious thing. As Kirin, I will give it to you. However, if you want to fully use the Buddha power in it, you need to constantly practice and understand it. There are 17 Buddha beads in total. They are smaller than lotus seeds and larger than soybeans. Do you know what they are?" Chiyu looked at them and looked back at them. There did not seem to be anything special about them. Moreover, they were not very round. Although the surface was bright, they looked a little strange. "Don't tell me that this is the legendary Bodhi seed. That thing seems to be worthless." Zagru looked at the Buddha beads with reverence in his eyes. "This string of Buddha beads cannot be measured by value. With it on you, unless it is a monster that has cultivated for more than 1,000 years or an ancient giant beast, it will not be able to invade your body. These 17 Buddha beads are the Buddha's tooth relics of 17 ancestors. They are priceless treasures in Buddhism." "What? These are Buddha beads made from Buddha's tooth relics. You are really extravagant." You looked at Zagru blankly. Zagru shook his head and said, "No, this is not extravagant. This string of Buddha beads has a history of thousands of years. Since the day the Zodiac guardian god appeared, this string of Buddha beads has been used by generations of Tianyin. You are the first person besides Tianyin to have it. I hope you will not violate the will of the ancestors. With it on you, you should be more assured of your safety. Now, can you accept my enlightenment?" Chiyu did not wear the Buddha beads. Instead, he respectfully handed the beads to Zagru. "Although I don't believe in Buddhism, I know the importance of Buddha's tooth relics to Buddhism. This thing is too precious. I can't accept it. I promise you that you will enlighten me." Zagru looked at Chiyu. At this time, Chiyu's eyes no longer had that obscene light. From his clear eyes, it could be seen that he was sincere in returning the Buddha beads. The sloppy guy in front of him seemed to have changed into a different person, which made Zaglu a little uncomfortable. He didn't take it. "If we're talking about magic treasures, I only have this one. As an ascetic monk, I don't have any magic treasures like you think I do. I don't have anything else." Chiyu shook his head and said, "From the time I was sensible, I have experienced too much of the fickleness of human nature. No one looked up to me. The world is full of deceit. However, from you, I see a real good person. No, I should say a good monk. All right, I don't want anything. Enlighten me. From your performance, I can see that I, the king of the Zodiac, is very important. Under the premise of protecting my life, I really want to experience what it feels like to be a Superman who wears his underwear on the outside." Zagru took the beads and held Chiyu's left hand. He said, "People are good by nature. You have finally shown me the kindness in your heart. Since this bracelet came from my hand, it proves that it is fated with you. You don't have to refuse. Although the Buddha beads are precious, as long as it is used in the right way, I think Buddha will approve." As he spoke, he had already put the Buddha beads on Chiyu's left wrist. You could clearly feel a cooling sensation traveling up his wrist. All 36,000 pores on his body seemed to open up, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. The deepest sensation came from his brain, which was unprecedentedly clear. It was as if everything around him had become clear. At this moment, the cool air suddenly turned warm. Another warm and comfortable feeling replaced everything from before. There was no discomfort like the extreme cold and heat. The two streams of air that appeared one after the other seemed to be nourishing his body. When the Buddha beads were put on Chi-Yu's wrist, the 17 dark green Buddha beads emitted a layer of lustrous luster. Although it was not an obvious light, under the nourishment of the cool and warm air, Chi-Yu could clearly see the changes on the Buddha beads. Even an idiot could see the preciousness of this Buddhist treasure. "Zagru, what are you doing?" Chi-Yu's voice was filled with surprise. Although Chi-Yu coveted this treasure very much, he had an inexplicable respect for Buddhism after meeting Zagru. Therefore, he had returned the 8 Buddha beads to Zagru, which was against his conscience. But now that Zagru insisted on giving it to him, he could not help but have a more favorable impression of Zagru. The feeling of being treated sincerely warmed his heart. Zagru looked at Chi-Yu with a smile and said, "The Buddha is merciful and delivers all living beings from suffering. I hope these 17 Buddha beads can bring you a whole new world. You don't have to decline it anymore. Your mind is not stable, so you can avoid any possible danger during the process of enlightening your apertures with it. I know you still have many questions in your heart. After I enlighten your apertures, when your Kirin blood is fully awakened, I will explain to you." Chi-Yu nodded. He looked at the Buddha beads in his hand and felt a little strange. "Then what should I do now?" Zagru pointed to the ground and said, "Please sit." Only then did Chi-Yu see that there were a few depressions on the ground. Zagru said, "This is the place where I and the 2 previous masters trained. If we sit for a long time, even the hard rocks will change. This is the principle of dripping water wearing through a stone. Although a minute of training won't be of much use, if you persevere for every minute, you will make a qualitative leap." Chapter 5. Zagru came in front of Chi-Yu and sat calmly opposite him. He smiled and said, "You can treat the process of enlightenment as a nap or a dream. Close your eyes." Chi-Yu did not play any tricks this time and obediently closed his eyes. Most of his attention was still focused on the string of Buddha beads on his wrist. The stability brought by the Buddha beads allowed him to face everything in front of him calmly. Zagru's appearance was very ordinary. He wore a simple robe without any decoration. However, the moment he sat in front of Chi-Yu, Zagru seemed to change his appearance. His calm and deep eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light. His whole body was enveloped by a layer of milky white, auspicious airflow, just like the Buddha who was illuminated by the Buddha's aura. A milky white light spot lit up on his forehead. Halos emitted from it and enveloped his and Chi-Yu's bodies. If an enlightened monk were to see this scene, he would have been so shocked that he would have forgotten all the precepts of Buddhism and cried out in surprise. This was because the white speck of light on Zagla's forehead was the most precious thing in Buddhism, the living Sarira with the strongest Buddhist power. Living relic was almost extinct in the human world. It was not a Buddhist treasure that could be obtained through a lifetime of cultivation. There had to be at least 10 generations of eminent monks who passed down their Buddhist thoughts from generation to generation. Only then would it be possible to form a living relic. Living relic was an absolute treasure of heaven and earth. Its Buddhist power was not strong, but it was pure. Anyone who came into contact with it could at least extend their lifespan by more than 10 years. There were also many wonderful functions that only the senior monk who owned the living relic knew. Unfortunately, Chi-Yu could not see this scene in front of him. Under the illumination of the Buddha's aura, his consciousness had already entered a deep sleep. At this moment, the relic bead in his hand was also affected by the living relic. Otherwise, he would have re-evaluated the young monk in front of him. Zaglu clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and the peaceful Buddhist aura instantly doubled in speed as it surged towards Chi-Yu. The pure Buddhist aura that ordinary people would not even be able to touch was actually unreservedly rushing into his body. Against the backdrop of the Buddha Chi, the ink Kirin head on Chi-Yu's chest looked even more lifelike. Kirin seemed to be rising from Chi-Yu's body. A faint black airflow gradually appeared, and Ink Kirin's silver eyes lit up. Zagru sighed lightly and said, "The heavens really know how to play tricks on people." The first time Ink Kirin had appeared, it was Ink Kirin of the Four Clouds. It seemed that heaven's will was fair. It was a pity that Ink Kirin was born with a spiritual body. Buddha is merciful. I hope that he can successfully complete everything under his protection. When Chi-Yu was about to leave earlier, he had already clearly seen the 4 blurry cloud patterns behind Chi-Yu. At the same time, he stretched out his index fingers and pointed forward. 2 milky white rays of light pointed right at the position of Chi-Yu's heart, where the Ink Kirin head was. A loud and clear sound filled the hall. The Ink Kirin pattern on Chi-Yu's body actually moved. As the black and silver colors intertwined, the Ink Kirin seemed to rise into the air. The huge energy instantly expanded, and the whole hall was filled with an auspicious aura. The Ink Kirin on Chi-Yu's body suddenly expanded in a gaseous state. The huge transparent Ink Kirin rose into the air, and its silver and black horn pointed to the top of the hall. A loud roar rippled through the hall. The huge body of the Ink Kirin spun around Chi-Yu's body, and the Buddha's aura rushed out and poured into every pore of Chi-Yu's body. A total of 4 black veins appeared on Chi-Yu's body. His skin could no longer block the black light emitted by the veins. The arrangement of the black veins was very strange. They all appeared between Chi-Yu's chest and abdomen, and the starting point was Chi-Yu's head. The color of the 4 black veins continued to deepen under the infusion of the Buddha's aura. The Ink Kirin was still hovering in the air. Silver-black rays of light shot out from the Ink Kirin's horn and poured into the top of Chi-Yu's head. A look of pain appeared on Chi-Yu's face. Although he had lost consciousness, the human body's instincts were still there. The 4 veins turned from black to silver, and then from silver to black. This process kept repeating. A smile appeared on Zagrua's face. He put his hands in front of him and made the posture of Buddha, holding flowers. The Buddha's aura did not stop at all. Under the effect of the living Saraira, it continued to rush toward Chi-Yu's body. It required a huge amount of energy to completely activate the power sleeping in a person's veins. The burden on the caster's body was very great. Even if it was successful, it would have a great impact on the caster's body. However, Zagru did not hesitate at all. The Buddha's aura he released was completely in the spirit of dedication. In this ancient hall, the sacred ceremony continued. The alternation of day and night outside did not affect anything in the hall. Time passed bit by bit. Chi-Yu's expression became more serene, but Zagrua's face gradually paled. Large drops of sweat soaked through his simple monk's robes. The Saraira bead on Chi-Yu's hand emitted a bright green light under the influence of the living Saraira. It buzzed constantly. It was precisely because of its existence that Chi-Yu had a stable state of mind during this extremely difficult ceremony. Just as Zagru had said, when Chi woke up from his lethargy, he seemed to have only had a dream. In the dream, he saw himself surrounded by 4 masses of light. These 4 masses of light were red, purple, cyan, and blue. When the 4 colors of light completely converged, his dream had also ended. When he opened his eyes, the hall was still as dark as before. Everything in the hall was the same as before Chi-Yu fell asleep. Nothing had changed, but Zagru had disappeared. Looking down at his chest, Chi-Yu was surprised to find that the pattern of the Ink Kirin had disappeared. Although his upper body was naked, he did not feel cold at all. He stood up and moved his body. Everything seemed to be the same as before. Nothing had changed. He was still himself, other than the additional Saraira bead on his hand, which could prove everything that had happened. Chi-Yu felt that he was still the same person as before. There was no special power in him. I can't have become Superman, right? Chi-Yu thought to himself as he squatted down and forcefully slapped the ground with his palm. Ouch! The hard ground caused his palm to hurt, but there was no change to the hard stone ground. Oh my God! Is Zagru lying to me? Why is he still the same as before? No matter what, as Kirin, I should be a little more fierce. Now, it seems that there is no difference from before. Do I still have to rely on my breaking brick martial art? As he moved his body, Chiyu found that although he seemed to have only slept, he had been sitting cross-legged. His body should have been a little stiff, but now it did not feel like that. Every joint was very flexible, and his body was very relaxed. It was as if his muscles and bones had become a lot softer after the sleep. His shirt was on the ground beside him. Chiyu picked it up and put on. He was surprised to find that his shirt seemed to be a little small, and it was tight when he put it on. He looked down at his body again. From his point of view, his body did not seem to have changed. However, his body seemed to have expanded a little as if it had a second puberty. It was not the expansion of his muscles, but the bones and meridians of his whole body. He just had not noticed it yet. Taking out his mobile phone from his pocket, Chiyu found that it had run out of battery. He hesitated and left in a hurry. Vol only gave him a mobile phone, but there was no charger. Now he could not charge it even if he wanted to. The mobile phone had become useless. Putting the mobile phone into his pocket, Chiyu decided to go out and find Zagru. He still had a lot of questions in his mind, and these questions needed to be solved by Zagru. Just when Chiyu was about to walk to the door opened by itself. The old and heavy wooden door made a squeaking sound. Zagru, who was wearing a dark red robe, walked in from the outside. When he saw Chiyu, he was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "You woke up so soon. It's a long time earlier than I expected." Chiyu scratched his head and said, "I didn't sleep for another 30 hours, did I?" Zaglu smiled faintly and said, "Of course not. You've already slept for 36 days. I originally thought that you would only wake up after 49 days, but you woke up 13 days earlier. It seems that the bloodline of Ink Kirin is indeed different from that of ordinary Kirin." Chiyu's eyes widened. "What did you say? You slept for 36 days in one go? Are you kidding me?" Zagru shook his head and said, "A monk does not lie. I helped you awaken the bloodline for 9 days. After that, the bloodline will merge with your body for the next 27 days. That's exactly 36 days. It's already the middle of June now. Well, there's nothing wrong with sleeping a little longer. Then shouldn't you tell me what benefits there are after awakening the bloodline of Inkirin?" Chiyu had always been an adaptable person. Although Zagru's words were a little hard to believe, he quickly accepted the truth. Zagru smiled and said, "There's no hurry. I'll bring you to take a bath first. You'll feel more refreshed, and your spirit will be better. Please follow me." With that said, he turned around and walked out of the hall. Chiyu followed Zagru out of the hall. As soon as he stepped out of the hall, the glaring sunlight was unbearable. He quickly used his hand to block the sunlight. After a short period of adaptation, he felt a little better. The courtyard was very quiet. There was no one else around. An ancient tree stood in the middle of the courtyard. Perhaps because of the highland climate, this tree that Chiyu didn't recognize was already very thick, but it wasn't very tall. Taking a few deep breaths of the fresh and somewhat cold air, Chiyu only felt that his whole body was indescribably comfortable. He followed Zagru through 2 courtyards and came to a room. On the way, they met some lamas in the temple. They all bowed respectfully to Zagru. The respect in their eyes was so sincere. Chiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this new room. The style of this room was far too different from the rest of the temple. All kinds of modern household appliances were available. Although there weren't any extravagant decorations, it looked like something a household in a big city would have. Zagru walked to the sofa and sat down. He smiled and said, "Everything here is a gift from the government, including the Lincoln off-road vehicle you saw. The bathroom is over there. You can go in and wash yourself. I've prepared a clean set of clothes for you and put them inside. Usually, people from our temple rarely come here." Chi Yu didn't know what to say. Ever since he came to Tibet, everything he had experienced was so mysterious. None of this seemed real, but it all really existed. For Chi Yu, taking a bath was just a simple process. Compared to the speed at which ordinary people took a bath, he was much faster. Just 10 minutes later, Chi Yu had already walked out refreshed. His beard had been shaved off, and his hair was simply combed behind his head. His whole body exuded a refreshing smell after taking a bath. His originally bronze skin had become much fairer after more than 30 days of deep sleep. During the awakening process, his body had developed invisibly for the second time. He was more handsome than before. His originally thin body looked much taller because of the expansion of his skeleton. Wearing simple jeans and a loose vest, he had the aura of a sunny boy. However, his eyes were still as naughty as before, but it also added a bit of evil attraction to him. Well, taking a bath is indeed much more comfortable. Zagru, the clothes you bought for me fit quite well. Before I went in, I thought you would get me a monk's robe or something. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. You even have underwear. As he spoke, he sat down next to Zagru. After taking a hot shower, his entire body felt light. It was indescribably pleasant, as if his entire body had become much more relaxed. Zagru glanced at the Sarira beads on Chi Yu's hand and said, "The awakening of your Kirin bloodline is very smooth, much smoother than I expected. Now, you are the first four-cloud Kirin in history. At the same time, you are also an Ink Kirin." At this time, Chi Yu calmed down. He found that Zagru looked much more haggard than before he fell asleep. There was not a trace of blood on his face. His eyes were still so peaceful, but the tiredness and slight weakness in his eyes did not escape Chi Yu's eyes. Although Chi Yu did not know why his senses had become so sharp, he clearly felt that the awakening of his Kirin bloodline must be the reason why Zagru was so weak. "Now you can tell me in detail what's going on with the Qilin bloodline and the Zodiac guardian god you mentioned." Chi Yu looked at Zagru attentively. When he heard that his Kirin bloodline awakening was very smooth, his heart could not help but heat up. If he could be as strong as that Superman who wore underwear on the outside, would all the beauties in the world tolerate him? Thinking of this, the smile on his face could not help but become a little lascivious. Zagru obviously saw the expression on Chi Yu's face, but he pretended not to see it and said seriously, "Whether it is you or the other 12 Zodiac warriors, the abilities are divided according to the clouds. There are a total of 9 clouds. Every time you increase a cloud, your strength will increase correspondingly. For the Zodiac warriors, if they increase a cloud, their strength will be increased by 1, 5 times. In other words, the strength of 2 clouds is equivalent to 1, 5 times the strength of 1 cloud, and the strength of 3 clouds is equivalent to 1, 5 times the strength of 2 clouds, which is 2, 25 times the strength of 1 cloud. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. The higher the cloud level, the more obvious the increase in strength will be. At the last 3 clouds, every increase in cloud will directly increase the strength by 100%. Chi Yu's eyes lit up. He said, "That means I directly have the strength of 4 clouds. Then I am very powerful." Zagru shook his head and said, "No, it is not like that. The awakening of the bloodline is one thing, the strength is another. You yourself said that no one can reap without sowing, and the cultivation of the Zodiac Guardian is even more so. As the king of all the Zodiac Guardians, you need to cultivate from the very beginning. Now you do not even have the strength of 1 cloud. The 4 clouds, Kirin, I am talking about is not referring to your strength having increased to the level of 4 clouds, but the ability you possess. In ancient times, the Kirin clan was divided into 4 types. Although apart from the Ink Kirin, most of the Kirin looked similar. Their abilities were different. For example, the Fire Kirin was an expert in fire, and the Wind Kirin was an expert in wind. The Kirin was generally divided into 4 types: thunder, fire, wind, and water. Each Kirin would have their own magic cloud, and the color of the cloud represented the attribute of their ability. The Thunder Kirin's magic cloud was purple, the Fire Kirin was red, the Wind Kirin was cyan, and the Water Kirin was blue. In history, there have been Kirin with 2 or more clouds, which meant that they had 2 or more attributes. But you have 4 magic clouds, which are of these 4 colors. In other words, the 4 clouds Kirin I am talking about is the Kirin with 4 attributes. You have the thunder, fire, wind, and water abilities at the same time. This is the first time in the history of Kirin. Even the ancient Kirin king did not have 4 attributes. Chi-Yu was overjoyed. He said, "Then isn't I very strong? For abilities at once? Waha! Doesn't this have the effect of a cocktail? I didn't expect me to be a genius." A hint of sadness flashed in Zagru's eyes, but Chi-Yu did not notice it because he was too happy. In a sense, you are indeed the greatest genius in the history of Kirin, and also the most talented Kirin. As long as you are willing to work hard and have 4 abilities at the same time, you will indeed be much stronger than the ordinary Kirin. Coupled with Ink Kirin's natural self-healing ability and tyrannical body, in theory, you can become the strongest among the Eastern Guardians. Looking at Chi-Yu's excited expression, Zagru said calmly. Chi nodded and said, "Then hurry up and tell me how to cultivate. The feeling of being an expert must be pretty good." Zagru smiled indifferently and said, "The Zodiac Guardian's cultivation method is basically similar to yours. In general, it is called the Ascending Cloud Technique. But your Ascending Cloud Technique is a little special. It is called the Ascending Qilin Technique. Cultivation is arduous and long. If you want to obtain superhuman strength, you must pay a superhuman price. You don't have to be too happy. Although 4 attributes are good, if you want to reach the 1 cloud realm as a whole, you must cultivate all 4 attributes to the 1 cloud. Only then can you continue to cultivate to the 2 clouds. The power of the 4 attributes is incomparable, but every time you want to continue to improve, the strength of the 4 attributes must be balanced. In other words, if you want to cultivate to the 3 clouds realm, you must first achieve the 2 clouds in all 4 attributes. As the king of the Zodiac, your strength will double with every cloud you reach. The more clouds you have, the greater the difference in strength between you and the Zodiac Guardian." You didn't notice the problem in Zagru's words. He said excitedly, "Then if I cultivate to the 9 clouds realm, won't I be invincible?" Zagru looked at him and said, "No need for the 9 clouds. You are Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds. As long as your strength reaches the 6 clouds, even if the Zodiac Guardian reaches the 9 clouds, they can't be compared to you. The 4 auspicious clouds, Kirin of the 6 clouds, Zodiac Guardian, can almost be compared to 2 or 3 9 clouds, Zodiac Guardian. However, since the beginning of the Zodiac Guardian, there has only been 1 9 clouds, Zodiac Guardian in history." Chi-Yu exclaimed in admiration, "No wonder you said I am the king of the Zodiac. My name Kirin is indeed not for nothing. All right, just tell me how to cultivate. In order to become a superhuman, I will also work hard." Zagru said, "Someone will naturally tell you the cultivation method. My mission is completed. You must leave here immediately. I also want to continue meditating. As for what you need to do in the future, you will naturally know." "That's it? What do you want to tell me? Is it that simple? What should I do after leaving here?" Chi-Yu looked at Zagru with some astonishment. Zagru smiled slightly, and his eyes revealed a merciful light. "Chi-Yu, you must remember, whether it is Kirin or the Zodiac Guardian, you must comprehend the mysteries of your ability by yourself. Only the things that you comprehend by yourself can be deeply imprinted in your soul. In any cultivation, comprehension is extremely important. Believe in yourself. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will gradually understand everything. You and I, as Heaven's guide in Kirin, are fated friends and can also be said to be partners. After leaving here, you will return to the world that belongs to you. As the saying goes, The greatest seclusion is in the city. The world that belongs to you is the best place for you to cultivate. Only in the world that belongs to you will you be able to find those fated companions. Before you leave, let me tell you a story. Chi-Yu looked at Zagru, and his heart was suddenly touched. Although Zagru did not seem to be older than him, in his eyes, Zagru was like a kind elder brother. The two of them did not know each other for a long time, but everything that Zagru did seemed to be for his sake. This kind of fatherly and brotherly feeling, for an orphan like Chi-Yu, was the first time in his life that he had felt this way. Tell me. Chi-Yu sat up straight and listened quietly, which was rare for him. The light in Zagru's eyes became gentle, and he said calmly, "There is a man who married 4 wives." Chi-Yu was stunned and said, "Isn't he committing the crime of bigamy?" Zagru looked at him, and Chi-Yu suddenly felt guilty when their eyes met. He was like a child who had made a mistake. You tell me, I won't interrupt." Zagru smiled and continued. The 4th wife was the one he loved the most. No matter where he went, he took her with him. Every day, she bathed, changed, ate, and lived. All of it was taken care of by her husband. Whatever she wanted to eat, what she liked to wear, he did his best to satisfy her. He cared for her in every possible way and doted on her. At this point, both Zagru and Chi-Yu had become part of the story. The 3rd wife was the object of many people's pursuit. He went through untold hardships and defeated everyone to get her. Therefore, he cared about her every day, often whispered sweet nothings to her, and built a beautiful house for her to live in. The 2nd wife was the closest to him. Whenever he had something on his mind or was troubled, he would always come to the 2nd wife to share his worries and comfort each other. As long as he was with her, he felt very satisfied, and when he was apart, he would miss her. As for his 1st wife, he seemed to have almost forgotten about her and rarely visited her. But she was like a little girl, handling all the heavy work in the house. She had all kinds of responsibilities and worries, but he didn't pay attention to her. One day, he had to leave his hometown and go to a faraway place, never to come back. He said to the 4th wife, "I have something to do now. Will you come with me?" The 4th wife replied, "I don't want to go with you." He was very surprised and asked, "I love you the most, and I listen to everything you say. We have never been apart. Why don't you want to go with me now? No matter what you say, I will not go with you." The 4th wife said firmly. He hated her heartlessness, so he called the 3rd wife and asked, "Will you go with me?" The 3rd wife replied, "If even the 4th wife, whom you love the most, doesn't want to go with you, why should I?" He called the 2nd wife and asked, "Will you go with me?" The 2nd wife said, "Yes, I am sorry to see you go, but I can only go with you to the outside of the city, and you must go on your own." He didn't expect that the 2nd wife would also not go with him, so he thought of the 1st wife and asked her the same question. The 1st wife replied, "No matter where you go, no matter pain or happiness, no matter life or death, I will not leave your side. No matter where you go, I will go with you." Then he realized that the only one who could really never be separated from him was the 1st wife. The place he was going to was the world of death. The 4th wife was the body of a man. Man cherished his own body and did as much to satisfy the material desires of this body as he did to the 4th wife. But the body which you were willing to die for would not go with you. The 3rd wife was the wealth of the world. No matter how hard you worked to obtain it, or how much you saved up, when you died, you could not take a single cent with you. The 2nd wife was the wife, relatives, and friends. People living in this world should love and care for each other, but people often forget the purpose of being human because of favors. The wife, relatives, and friends could only send you to the graveyard outside of the city after you died. When you came back, you would be sad for a while, and then they would go about their own lives and forget about you. After 100 years, no one would know each other. The 1st wife is the heart of man. It is always with us in life and in death. It is so closely related to us, but it is also the easiest for us to ignore it. Instead, we focus on the illusory bodies of material and desire. We are intoxicated with ourselves, with family and money, but we do not know that the most important thing is our heart and soul. Only it is with us forever. It was a simple story, and Zagru finished it very quickly in a calm tone. He looked at Chiyu with a gentle gaze and said, "Do you understand?" The reason why he chose this story was because he understood Chiyu's character very well. The mention of 4 wives might leave a deeper impression on him. Chiyu nodded and then shook his head. "I don't know if I understand it or not. I know what you want to say. You want to tell me that cultivation must first cultivate the heart and not let everything in the outside world affect my heart. But I know what kind of person I am, and I also know that what you said is right. Frankly speaking, I can't do it. At least I can't do it now. I can only say that everything I do from now on, I will do it with a clear conscience." Zagru smiled and said, "I never want you to do anything deliberately. All right, just remember the words 'have a clear conscience.' In fact, this is also a way to cultivate the heart. I have said what I wanted to say. Let me introduce you to someone. For a long time in the future, she will be by your side, answering some of the questions in your heart and guiding you in your cultivation." Chiyu smiled almost subconsciously and said, "You are not going to give me a great beauty, are you? This is not your style." Zagru smiled and did not say anything. At this time the door opened. A person walked in from outside. Seeing this person, Chiyu's mouth opened so wide that a large egg could be stuffed in. "What the F asterisk CK, so I'm really auspicious. You can even say that." Chapter 6. She was about 7 meters tall and had a head of soft, short hair. Her simple parting made her look full of vigor. Her beautiful big eyes seemed to be able to speak as she looked curiously at Chiyu. Her skin was white and her beauty was exquisite. Every movement she made exuded an air of elegance. The combination of nobility and liveliness was perfectly reflected on this girl, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. You always looked at women from the bottom up. However, when he saw this girl, he couldn't help but look at her delicate face a few more times. Then he looked at her body out of habit. Her figure was the perfect golden ratio. Although they were both wearing jeans, she looked so beautiful when she wore them. Her slender thighs and delicate buttocks outlined the perfect curve. The corners of the trousers were slightly wider, which was the popular mini bell mouth. She wore a white long-sleeved t-shirt with a large collar, revealing the snow-white skin below her collarbone. Although the fullness in front of her chest could not be said to be hot, it was considered to be slender and moderate. You secretly compared Shueiwa to this girl in front of him. He couldn't think of who was more beautiful. The girl in front of him was more delicate, while Shueiwa was more gentle and holy. In Chiyu's heart, he had already subconsciously classified them as the best. As a gangster, Chiyu had a very detailed classification of beauties. From low to high, they were divided into terror grade, dinosaur grade, fear grade, attention grade, eye grade, desire grade, impulse grade, exclamation grade, and perfect grade. There were a total of 9 grades. Although the classification was detailed, it was actually based on Chiyu's own evaluation. There was no accurate standard. The meaning of terror grade was very simple. It was to see someone who didn't even have the strength to run and fainted. This was the terror grade. There was once a legendary sister named Ferrand. She should have belonged to the dinosaur grade, but her narcissism could definitely make Chiyu faint. Therefore, she was directly classified into the terror grade. The dinosaur grade, on the other hand, was the type that made people want to run away. At least they still had the strength to run. The fear grade was slightly better. When he met someone of this grade, Chiyu would definitely restrain his lecherous gaze. He was afraid that the other party would misunderstand him, hence the fear grade. As for attention-level beauties, they belonged to those who could be looked at normally. At the very least, they wouldn't make him feel uncomfortable. From Chiyu's aesthetic point of view, he liked beauties that were pleasing to the eye, desiring, and impulsive. Those that were pleasing to the eye naturally had something special about them, and those that could arouse desire naturally had a good figure. When it came to the impulsive level, they were considered 1 in 100 beauties. For example, Nana, who had kicked Chiyu away, was actually in the middle of the 2 grades of eye pleasing and desire. When he first saw Shueiyu, Chiyu directly classified her into the impulse grade. However, after feeling the pure heart of Shueiyu's angel in white, he classified a woman into the regret grade for the first time. As the saying went, regret grade was the absolute best of beauties. When it came to beauties of this grade, Chiyu didn't have any thoughts. After all, although he was a hooligan and a scoundrel, he still had self-awareness. He wouldn't think too much about an encounter that was impossible to happen, so as to avoid causing trouble for himself. For a beauty like Shueiyu, whether it was family background, appearance, or character, she was 1 in a million. Why would she look at him? And this girl who appeared in front of him could make Chiyu instantly enter the regret grade. This was enough to prove how much shock she brought to Chiyu. As for the highest perfect grade, in Chiyu's heart, it was just an empty title. How could there be a woman who was perfect? Putting up such a grade was just some of Chiyu's vanity playing tricks on him. Fortunately, after listening to Zagru's story, Chiyu's state of mind had changed. Otherwise, when he saw a beauty of this grade, his eyes would definitely be filled with lust. Even so, his gaze that looked up from below still made the face of the beauty, who came in blush slightly. The beauty directly walked in front of Zagru and said respectfully, "Great master." Zagru smiled slightly and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Chiyu, who inherited Kirin's bloodline. Chiyu, this is one of the 3 Zodiac guardian god warriors that I found. Ji Mingming." Ji Mingming? This name is really unique. Great master, do you mean that she will help me cultivate in the future? Zagru smiled and nodded. Chiyu was very excited. He was so excited that he wanted to hug the young monk in front of him tightly. In order to leave a good impression on the beauty, he directly raised Zagru to the level of great master. But after thinking about it, in order not to let the beauty beside him misunderstand, he just held Zagru's hand tightly and said sincerely, "Great master, don't worry. I will definitely cultivate hard. Miss Mingming, nice to meet you. I'm Chiyu, 19 this year, unmarried, and don't have a girlfriend." After all, he was Kirin now, and he was also the king of the Zodiac. It seemed that it was not impossible for a beauty to covet him a little. Zagru said, "Ming Ming's zodiac sign is the chicken, so she is the Zodiac, guardian god of the chicken zodiac. In the future, you two will take care of each other." Chiyu nodded firmly. I definitely will. Miss Ji Ming, don't worry. In the future, when you crow, I will bring you hot water to moisten your throat. If I don't cultivate well, feel free to spur me on. I can bear it. Let the storm come more fiercely. Ji Ming looked at the ordinary-looking, tall young man in front of her. Although her face did not change, she had mixed feelings in her heart. She gently nodded and said, "Hello, Mr. Chiyu. But my name does not mean crow, it means tomorrow's Ming." Chiyu chuckled and seized the opportunity to say, "Then I'll call you Ming from now on." Ji Ming's face changed slightly, but she did not respond. Chiyu put on a thoughtful look and said, "Oh, you don't seem to like me calling you that." Just when Ji Ming thought that he was still sensible, he added, "Then I will call you Chick." Although the Yanhuang characters were broad and profound, sometimes, when some words were connected together, it was easy to be ambiguous. For example, the word chick could be said to describe an animal, but if you added a ba, it would probably be used to describe some kind of organ. Ji Ming was about to lose her temper, but feeling Zagru's gentle gaze, she finally restrained herself and said unhappily, "Just call me Ming." Chi smiled and said, "Ming, and this name is really nice. Don't worry, I will take good care of you." Zagru said, "Chiyu, please go out for a while. I have a few words to tell Miss Ming alone." Chiyu was stunned for a moment. Seeing Zagru's gaze, he could only nod and smiled at Ming Ming, saying, "Miss Ming Ming, then I will wait for you outside." At the thought that he would be with such a beauty for a long time in the future, and that she would be his subordinate, Chiyu was overjoyed. As soon as Chiyu walked out of the room, Ji Ming Ming could not wait and said, "Master, are you sure that this person is the one with Kirin's bloodline that we have been looking for?" "He does not look like it. As the inheritor of Kirin's bloodline, he should have the ability to command all of our Zodiac guardians and have outstanding charisma. You must know that once Kirin appears, the guardians will be loyal. With Kirin's status, he can summon all the guardians in the East. But a person like him." Zagru sighed lightly and said, "Actually, I have the same feeling as you, but as a heavenly guide, my feeling will not be wrong. He is the only one with Kirin's bloodline in this generation. The bloodline will never be fake. As the inheritor of Kirin clan, perhaps he is an anomaly. In history, there has never been a person with Kirin's bloodline like him. Now, even I can't see through him, but I can feel that his heart is not what it looks like on the surface. As for how far he can go and what kind of person he is, it will depend on you. With good guidance, I believe that he will change. I have always believed in the saying that humans are good by nature." Ji Ming Ming was somewhat silent. As a proud daughter of the heavens, any one of the people she came into contact with would be 100 times, no, 1,000 times better than Chiyu. She was about to be together with such a person and live with him forever. Although it was just a partnership, she was still very unwilling. Zagru saw through Ming Ming's worries and said, "Seriously, as a Zodiac guardian, you must have the determination to give everything for your mission. Ming Ming, you must remember this point. No matter how bad he is still the possessor of Kirin's bloodline. Without him, perhaps I will not be able to find all the Zodiac guardians in my life. Kirin's bloodline has an invisible summoning power. After his bloodline awakens, all the Zodiac guardians will naturally gather in his direction. Therefore, your mission is to protect him and help him. Whether or not he can improve his strength is secondary. Qilin represents auspiciousness, and what he gives to the Zodiac guardian is guidance. Therefore, no matter what the situation is, you must ensure his safety. When all the Zodiac guardians are gathered, come to me together. I will teach Qi Yu the ability to activate the Zodiac." Ji Ming Ming nodded silently and said, "I understand, Grandmaster. You can rest assured. Since the day I became a Zodiac guardian, I am no longer an ordinary girl. I will not let my personal feelings affect my mission." Zagru smiled and said, "You are a sensible child. As one of the 4 auspicious clouds, Kirin, Qi, you may not have any strength in this life. Among the Zodiac guardians in the past, the strongest Kirin had only reached the 4 auspicious clouds, barely comparable to a Zodiac guardian. That was when he was one of the auspicious clouds, Kirin. Every time Kirin increases his strength by 1 auspicious cloud, his strength will double. However, the effort he has to put in is several times more than an ordinary Zodiac guardian. As one of the 4 auspicious clouds, Kirin, the difficulty of his cultivation will increase exponentially. I am afraid that he will not be able to reach the Chuyin realm in this life. Not only must you protect him, you must also encourage him. I have given him the Saraira bead. Coupled with Ink Kirin's healing ability, I think that as long as his identity is not exposed, he should be able to complete the mission of gathering all the Zodiac guardians. At the same time, when you and him arrive in the capital, immediately contact Dragon. With Dragon around, I will feel more at ease. I think that no matter which Zodiac guardian appears in the future, there will not be anyone more outstanding than Dragon. After all, Dragon has always been the leader of the Zodiac guardians, and our generation's Dragon is a true genius." When she heard the word dragon, Ming Ming couldn't help but smile. She nodded and said, "That's right. I will look for Dragon as soon as I return to the capital. Don't worry, do you have any other instructions?" Zaglu shook his head and said, "You've already been here for 3 years. Besides going back for the new year, you've always been cultivating painstakingly. Coupled with your foundation, you can already be considered to be a qualified Zodiac guardian god. As for Kiran, I have already told you everything you need to know. You just need to do as I say. You still have to teach him the ascending Qilin technique. Although there is no possibility of him successfully cultivating it, the world is unpredictable. Perhaps he can really comprehend some of the abilities. Even if only one of the abilities reaches the Qilin level, it will still be helpful to him. When Ji Mingming thought about how she was about to be with someone like Qiyu, she couldn't help but frown. She nodded lightly and said, "Then I'll be leaving. Take care." Zagru smiled, put his palms together and chanted Amitabha. Qiyu was very bored staying in the courtyard alone. At this moment, all he could see was Ji Mingming's shadow. Beauties met beauties again. He didn't expect that he would actually meet two amazing beauties on this trip to Tibet. He even became the king of the Zodiac guardians, Kiran. Life was really beautiful, and the world was really wonderful. It seemed that he would no longer be a simple hooligan in the future. At the very least, he would be a hooligan with taste. At this moment, Ji Mingming had already pushed open the door and walked out. Zagru walked out with her. "Qiyu said, can I go now?" Zagru nodded and handed a small bag to Qiyu. He said, "This is the bag you always carry with you. I've put it away for you. There should be something you need in it. Take it well." Only then did Qiyu remember that when he got out of the Lincoln, he had left the bag in the car and didn't take it with him. After all, the money that Vol had given him was in it. That was all he had. This was the most money that Qiyu had brought with him in his entire life. He hurriedly took the bag and said, "Then we're leaving." Zagru nodded. "Then we're really leaving." Qiyu winked at Zagru. Zagru was stunned and said, "Is there anything else?" Qiyu smiled bitterly and said, "I thought you would drive us to the station. I originally wanted to sit in your Lincoln Navigator again." Zagru smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. When you were bathing just now, I had already asked someone to prepare a car. Naturally, there will be a car to send you. Go, remember what I said. People need to cultivate their hearts. Cultivating their hearts is more important than cultivating their bodies. We will meet again. I hope that it won't be too long." Qiyu didn't quite understand Zagru's words, but at this time, Ji Mingming had already taken the lead to say goodbye to Zagru and walked out of the temple. He didn't want the beauty to wait any longer, so he hurriedly waved at Zagru and chased after Ji Mingming. Looking at their backs as they left, Zaglu's gaze became even gentler. "Amitabha, I hope that their paths will be smoother. Did you really believe in the words that the heavens bestowed upon them? The worst character, the best luck. Even so, I hope that your luck can be brought to your Zodiac companions." When Qiyu caught up with Ji Mingming already had a small leather suitcase in her hand. It seemed that she didn't have much luggage. When they arrived outside the temple, just as Zagru had said, there was already an off-road vehicle waiting for them. In Tibet, because the roads in many places were very bumpy, most people used off-road vehicles to travel. Although the off-road vehicle in front of them was far inferior to the original Lincoln Navigator, it was also a good Grand Cherokee. Ji Mingming put her suitcase in the trunk of the car, ignored Qiyu, and directly stepped on the front seat of the car. Because there was a special driver in front, she ran to the front and sat down. Obviously, she didn't want to sit with Qiyu. Although she had only seen Qiyu for a short half an hour, Ji Mingming didn't have a good impression of him, even if he was Kiran. However, his wretched eyes and hateful words gave Ji Mingming a very bad impression at the first meeting. Qiyu didn't care. He sat in the wide back seat alone, directly put his legs on the seat, closed the door, and leaned against it. Ji Mingming signaled the driver to drive. She saw Qiyu's lazy look from the rearview mirror, and she couldn't help but frown. "Can you sit properly?" "Qiyu, why should I sit properly? Haven't you heard of that old saying? There's nothing more delicious than dumplings, and nothing more comfortable than lying down. Since you can lie down, why sit? As he spoke, he took out his cigarette that was already dry like slag from his pocket. Although he couldn't use a lighter, there was a cigarette lighter in the car. When Ji Mingming smelled the cigarette, Chi Yu was already comfortably smoking in the back seat. You actually smoke? Ji Mingming's dislike for Chi Yu increased. She quickly opened the window, but her action was still a little slow, and she couldn't help but cough. Chi Yu smiled and said, "Driver, do you want to have one? Although it's not a good cigarette, I don't think you can buy it in Tibet. What's wrong with smoking? How many men don't smoke?" Ji Mingming said with a cold face, "It seems that you are very good at these bad habits. Tobacco is a slow poison. Don't you know that?" Chi Yu snorted disdainfully. "Humph! What slow poison? My former brother, the smoker, once said that a man who doesn't smoke or drink is not as good as a dog. I think this is very true. Of course, cultivators like Master Zagru are excluded. I mean, ordinary people." The driver was a Tibetan, not a monk. After hearing Chi Yu's words, he really wanted a cigarette to smoke, but with Ming Ming beside him, he had to give up. Even so, he couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, why do you say that?" Ji Ming Ming said angrily, "Don't listen to his nonsense. It must be some nonsense." Chi Yu smoked and said, "Nonsense? This is the truth of life. If you don't want to listen, then forget it. I'll tell it to the driver. It's indeed hard for you women to give birth, but it will only be hard for a while. But we men have to work hard for the rest of our lives. In an ordinary family, men are the backbone and the main source of income for the family. Although men and women are equal, how many men don't work, and how many women don't work? In order to support their families, men have to keep fighting, and the pressure they bear is far beyond that of women. Men have always been the symbol of strength. They can't cry to vent the pressure in their hearts like you women do. They can only bear it alone. Even a fool knows that smoking and drinking are not good for the body, but this is the only way for men to adjust their psychology and relieve their stress. If a man really doesn't choose these two ways to relieve his stress, how tired would his life be? Wouldn't he be worse than a dog? Am I wrong? Ji Mingming was stunned. Although Chi Yu's words sounded like nonsense on the surface, it did make some sense when she thought about it. Wasn't it like this in her own family? Her father was the head of the family, and he was under pressure from all sides. Although he usually didn't say it, it could be felt from the increasing white hair on his head how heavy the pressure was. "Little brother, you're right. Can you give me one of your cigarettes? We men are born to work hard. How many of us can be born with a silver spoon in our mouths? For our wives and children, we can only keep working hard. Those men who look good on the surface, as long as they achieve success through their own hard work, which one of them doesn't pay more than ordinary people?" Ji Mingming looked at the two men who were smoking openly and couldn't help but be speechless. At this time, she couldn't stop them from poisoning themselves. Chi Yu said with a smile, "Brother driver, Yu St. Buddha Temple is really rich. You have a Lincoln and a Cherokee." The driver smiled and said, "Little brother, you are wrong. St. Buddha Temple is absolutely a sacred existence in Tibet. The cars you see are actually gifts from the government, not bought by the temple itself. As a national tourist destination, the annual tourism income here is very high. However, Master Zagru donated all the income from the trip to Tibet to build schools and fund the outposts guarded by the soldiers, leaving only a small amount of money for the internal expenses of the temple. The master is a person we respect. His simple life is almost unimaginable to ordinary people." The car drove fast on the highway. 2 hours later, they finally entered the downtown area of Lhasa. After more than a month, when Chi Yu returned here again and saw the magnificent golden building of Patala Palace again, his mood was completely different. "Ming Ming, how are we going to the capital? Let's take the train." Ji Mingming shook her head and said, "The train is too slow. We will go back by plane. When we get to the capital, there are still many things to arrange." "Plane? I haven't done it in my life. I think it's better to take the train. The plane is too expensive. As he spoke, Qi Yu subconsciously touched his bag. Ji Mingming glanced at him and said, "The people of St. Buddha Temple can take any flight at any time. The ticket is free." Qi Yu's eyes lit up and he said, "That's different. I can also try the feeling of taking a plane. It must feel great to soar in the blue sky." As he spoke, he couldn't help but snap his fingers subconsciously. Something strange happened. A small flame appeared on his thumb without warning. The flame was red, and it immediately scared Qi Yu. "Wow, why is my hand on fire?" He quickly patted it with his hand and extinguished the flame. What made him even more strange was that the flame seemed to have no temperature. He didn't feel any burning. Ji Mingming gave Qi Yu a look. Qi Yu looked at the driver in the front and could only suppress the doubt in his heart and not ask. Soon, the driver sent them to the airport. Qi Yu generously gave half of his remaining cigarettes to the driver and then walked into the airport with Ji Mingming. "Mingming, what happened just now? Can you tell me now?" Without the driver by his side, Qi Yu couldn't wait to ask. Ji Mingming whispered, "That should be your Kirin's awakening skill. You are Kirin of the Four Auspicious Clouds, also known as Kirin of the Four Auspicious Clouds. Fire is one of your abilities. However, your thundercloud force is too weak now, so you can only release a small flame. Only through continuous training, and when you reach the initial cloud realm can you release enough attack power. Then why can't I feel the heat? Because that is your own Kirin true fire. Of course you can't feel it. Kirin's true fire is much hotter than ordinary flames. Be careful in the future and don't cause a fire. Also, try not to use our Zodiac Guardian's ability in front of ordinary people as much as possible. It will bring unnecessary trouble. You must remember this. Now that your Kirin bloodline has just awakened, you need to rely on your own understanding to gradually adapt to the awakening skill. I think not only fire, but also thunder, wind, and water abilities should also be available to you. When we reach the capital, I will teach you the ascending Qilin method, and you should be able to use it." Although he could only create a small flame, it still made Qi Yu excited. When he thought about his superpower, he couldn't help but smile. He subconsciously snapped his fingers, and a small flame appeared. Qi Yu shook his hand, and the flame was naturally extinguished. Ji Mingming looked at his arrogant look and couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. She went straight to the VIP waiting hall. There were many passengers in Lhasa Airport. Most of them were traveling or working in Tibet. Ji Mingming quickly finished the formalities in the VIP waiting hall. They were going to take the flight from Lhasa to the capital of the Yanhuang Republic in an hour. Sitting on the comfortable sofa in the waiting hall, Qi Yu was happy. A faint fragrance constantly came from Mingming's body, which made him feel like he was in the clouds. The hormones in his body were secreted quickly, and the desire in his heart was stirring. His eyes kept wandering on Ji Mingming's body, and he secretly sighed in his heart. It would be better if his Kirin ability had X-ray vision. "Mingming, how old are you this year? Is your home also in the capital?" Qi Yu asked with a flattering smile. Qi Yu's gaze really made Mingming a little unbearable. She moved her body to the side and said, "I just turned 18 years old. My home is indeed in the capital." "Oh, then we are from the same hometown. It seems that our fate is really not shallow. Mingming, can you give me your mobile phone?" "My mobile phone has been out of battery for a long time without a charger." Although Ji Mingming was unwilling, when she thought that she still had to work with this guy in the future, the relationship should not be too stiff. She reluctantly took out a small, white mobile phone from her pocket and handed it to Qi Yu. Naturally, Qi Yu would not let go of such a good opportunity. When he took the mobile phone, his fingers deliberately touched Mingming's slender fingers. Ji Mingming quickly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She glared at him fiercely and turned her head away. Qi Yu held the mobile phone and dialed a number with satisfaction. He had stayed in St. Buddha Temple for more than a month, which was equivalent to being missing for more than a month. Seeing that he was going back, he naturally had to contact his good brother first. "Vol, it's me." As soon as the phone was connected, Chi-Yu couldn't wait to say, "Boss, you finally called me. Hey, whose phone number is this?" Vol received Chi-Yu's call and was very surprised. "Chi-Yu, it's a friend of mine. How is the situation on your side? What about Yen Xiaoyi?" Chapter 7. Chi-Yu snorted and said, "It seems that the lesson I gave him was not enough. I will teach him a lesson when I go back. A man with nothing to lose is not afraid of someone with shoes. Do you think I am afraid of him? I will go back today." "What, you are coming back today?" Vol said uneasily, but Chi-Yu said, "Okay, there is nothing to do. Let's talk about it when I go back. Don't worry, even if I can't beat him, I will hide." Vol smiled bitterly and said, "Well, boss, I will hold a dinner for you when you come back. I am afraid that we will have less time to get together in the future. This time, my dad is very angry, and he has already arranged a school for me. I heard that it is a private high school. In August, I may go to the school to report." Chi-Yu was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. Over the years, he had followed many bosses and accepted many underlings, but Vol was the only one who could really be regarded as a brother. "It's okay. Anyway, you will not leave the capital. We will get together sooner or later. Going to school is a good thing. Don't learn from me. Your family is good, and you will achieve something. Okay, I am hanging up." Vol listened to the beeping sound from the phone, and his chubby face couldn't help but show a bitter smile. He turned his head to look at the pile of models on his table, shook his head helplessly, and put all his energy into assembling the models. Although his hands were fat, they became very dexterous when assembling these models. Chi-Yu was about to return the phone to Ji Mingming, but he saw that she was wiping her hands with a disinfectant wipe, and the place she wiped was the place that he had touched before. Perhaps because the news brought by Vol made him a little upset. This time he surprisingly didn't want to take advantage of her. He put the phone beside Ji Mingming, sat there quietly, and didn't say anything. It wasn't until he got on the plane that Chi-Yu's mood recovered because of the novelty in front of him. The status of the Saint Buddha temple in Tibet was indeed extraordinary. Not only did they not need to buy plane tickets, but they were also first class. The spacious seats made the distance between Chi-Yu and Mingming quite a distance. However, Chi-Yu's gaze had already changed its target. Any flight attendant in the first-class cabin was a beauty who was at least at the desired level. His eyes were naturally big enough to eat ice cream. The service of the air stewardesses was absolutely first class. Although they felt that this customer's gaze was a little strange, they could only smile and serve. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the plane finally took off. The moment the plane took off, Chi-Yu jumped in fright from the intense pushing force. He nervously grabbed his seatbelt with both hands as his face turned deathly pale. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a very important problem. He had acrophobia, and it was a very serious one at that. Ji Mingming's mentality also changed at this time. When Chi-Yu kept staring at her, she had an indescribable disgust in her heart. Now that Chi-Yu's gaze turned to the air stewardesses, she felt a little disappointed. After all, for a beauty, not receiving attention was far more uncomfortable than receiving attention. It was like a man and a woman staying alone in a room for a night. If the man took the opportunity to do anything improper, the woman would at most scold him as a beast. However, if the man didn't do anything, he would probably be scolded as worse than a beast. Therefore, when Chi-Yu's gaze was no longer on Ji Mingming, her gaze instead fell on Chi-Yu. If one put aside their subjective understanding of Chi-Yu, his appearance was not too bad. Although he was not handsome, his appearance was definitely not annoying. Coupled with a relatively tall figure and a bad smile, he was also somewhat attractive. The plane started. Just when Ji Mingming was about to stop looking at him and sleep for a while, she suddenly noticed that Chi-Yu's expression suddenly changed. He tightly grabbed his seat belt for some unknown reason. The fear on his face was obviously not faked. As the plane began to tilt and climb into the air, this situation became more and more obvious. Large drops of sweat fell from his forehead, and even his body began to tremble. An air stewardess noticed Chi Yu's expression and hurriedly walked to his side and asked softly, "Sir, what's wrong? Do you feel any discomfort anywhere?" In front of a beautiful woman, Chi Yu still forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. I'm a little afraid of heights. Maybe I'll be fine in a while." Although he said so, in his heart he was thinking that the plane was flying so high. What if it fell? As he thought about it, the fear in his heart became stronger. This might be the feeling that all people who suffered from acrophobia felt. Ji Mingming heard Chi Yu's words clearly and almost laughed out loud. She never thought that this guy who always had a bad smile would have acrophobia. Looking at Chi Yu's fear, she couldn't help but feel a trace of pleasure in her heart. However, after all, she was one of the Zodiac guardian gods. The kindness in her heart still made her feel a little compassion. She took off her seatbelt and walked towards Chi Yu. "Miss, would you please take a seat? It's still in the ascending stage, so it's more dangerous." An air stewardess reminded her carefully. Ji Mingming smiled and said, "It's okay. My friend is a little uncomfortable. I'll take a look at him." She sat down next to Chi Yu. The seats in the first-class cabin were very spacious and could accommodate 2 people. Originally, there was a first-class seat next to Chi Yu, but at the beginning she was afraid of being harassed by Chi Yu again, so she sat in another seat. After all, there were very few passengers in the first-class cabin. Most of the seats were empty, and the flight attendants would not care about her. As soon as Chi Yu saw Ji Mingming, it was like a drowning man seeing a piece of driftwood. Without any hesitation, he put his arms around her waist. His movements were surprisingly fast, and he made his move just at the moment when Ji Mingming sat down. Before Ji Mingming could react, she had been held tightly by a pair of warm and trembling arms. "You." For a moment, Ji Mingming's heart was filled with shame and anger. Just as she was about to break free, she heard Chi Yu say, "Mingming, let me hug you. I'm so sad." A feeling that she had never felt before instantly entered Ji Mingming's heart. Ever since she was young, she had never been hugged by a man who was not her relative. A strong masculine scent instantly filled her senses. There was a strange energy wave on Chi Yu's body, and this energy wave gave Ji Mingming an unusual feeling of intimacy. Although she knew it was inappropriate, she did not push Chi Yu away. The intimate energy wave became more and more intense, as if there was a burning sensation constantly being transmitted into Ji Mingming's body. Under the effect of this energy wave, the ascending cloud technique that she was cultivating was actually in a boiling state. Ever since Chi Yu hugged her, his body had stopped trembling, and his breathing had become much steadier. His eyes were closed, and his face was pale as he remained motionless. Ji Mingming's ascending cloud technique had already reached the 3rd cloud stage, but it had also reached a huge bottleneck. If she could break through this bottleneck, then her strength would greatly increase. However, it was extremely difficult to break through this bottleneck. This was also one of the reasons why Zagru had asked her to leave with Chi Yu. Breaking through the bottleneck of cultivation was not something that could be achieved with just hard work. At the same time, it also required understanding and luck. However, at this moment, Ji Mingming could clearly feel that the bottleneck that was preventing her from improving had actually loosened slightly. Ji Mingming had also heard from Zagru that Kiran was of great help to the Zodiac guardian god. However, she did not expect that just physical contact, and Chi Yu had just woken up, the energy in his body would have such a huge impact on her. At this moment, whether it was to comfort Chi Yu's acrophobia or out of consideration for the feeling of breaking through the bottleneck, she could not leave Chi Yu's embrace. At this moment, Chi Yu had a different feeling. The faint fragrance on Ming Ming's body calmed his heart a lot, and the relic bead on his wrist exuded a peaceful aura, stabilizing his mind. An inexplicable energy continuously flowed from Ji Mingming's body into his body. The cool air spread all over his body, and it was indescribably comfortable. Hugging that elastic and graceful body, he actually fell asleep with his mind at ease. At this moment, neither Ji Mingming nor Qiyu noticed that the Kirin pattern on Qiyu's body had appeared again. The energy fluctuation that Ji Mingming felt came from this. Qiyu slept peacefully, while Ji Mingming felt the energy fluctuation on Qiyu's body while adjusting her ascending cloud skill. Although the posture was not very elegant, her attention was not on it, so she did not feel too embarrassed. The flight time from Tibet to the capital was more than 2 hours. In this situation, time passed very quickly. When Qi woke up because of the weightlessness caused by the plane landing, he could already see the familiar capital from the window of the plane. It was already night. Looking down from the sky, the brightly lit capital looked exceptionally gorgeous. "You're awake." Ji Mingming's voice was obviously much gentler. In the past 2 hours, although she had not broken through her bottleneck, the improvement in her cultivation was more obvious than that of a few days of usual cultivation. Moreover, with the help of the special energy emitted by Qiyu, she clearly felt that she had understood some of the tricks to breaking through. The word awkward had never been in Qiyu's dictionary. The feeling of acrophobia had long disappeared. As he got closer and closer to the ground, his heart also relaxed. Although his arms were sore and numb from holding Ji Mingming like this, he was unwilling to let go of the wonderful feeling. "We're almost there. Can you let go of me now?" Ji Mingming said helplessly. She was already somewhat helpless against Qiyu's rogue behavior. Only then did Qiyu let go of his hand and sit properly. The lingering fragrance of Ji Mingming's body still lingered on his arm, making him indescribably happy. Looking at Ji Mingming's helpless look, he could not help but feel a little touched. This girl obviously did not have a good impression of him, but when he needed it the most, she still chose to help him instead of pushing him away. "Mingming, thank you." Qiyu was rarely serious for a moment. The trace of unhappiness before boarding the plane had disappeared without a trace. Ji Mingming shook her head and said, "You're welcome. Protecting you has always been my mission. We'll be arriving soon. I came back in a hurry, so I didn't inform my family. Do you have a place to stay?" "We'll stay at your place for 1 night first. I'll go home tomorrow and arrange other things. Don't get the wrong idea. Since I've just come back, I'll teach you the ascending Qilin method. 1 night should be enough to teach you the cultivation method." It was almost impossible for Qiyu not to get the wrong idea. He had just hugged a soft and fragrant jade for more than 2 hours, and the beauty in front of him had taken the initiative to stay at his place for 1 night. How could he not get the wrong idea? After getting off the plane, Qiyu generously hailed a taxi and went straight to Jingshan district, where he had lived for more than 10 years. Although he felt an indescribable heartache when he saw the constantly jumping number on the meter, his heart was filled with excitement when he thought that he could stay with a breathtaking beauty tonight. Ji Mingming did not sit in the front alone this time, but sat in the back with Qiyu. From getting off the plane to getting on the taxi, she carefully sensed that as long as she was within 1 meter from Qiyu, his energy fluctuation would bring benefits to her ascending Qilin method. The closer the distance, the more obvious the impact of this energy fluctuation. Among the 3 Zodiac guardian gods that had already appeared, Mingming, who had the Zodiac sign of the chicken, was the weakest one. In order to improve her strength as soon as possible, she had to suffer a little and sit with Qiyu. "Qiyu, who else do you have in your family?" Ji Mingming asked casually in order to avoid Qiyu's gaze. Qiyu was stunned for a moment, and his eyes finally moved away from Mingming. He said indifferently, "There's no one else in my family. I'm alone." Ji Mingming was also stunned. "What about your parents? Don't they live with you?" Qiyu lit a cigarette, opened the window a little, and said, Parents? God knows where they are. I've been an orphan since I was a child, and I grew up in an orphanage. Where do you think my parents are? Ji Mingming saw a trace of indifference in Chi Yu's eyes. It was appropriate to describe him now with the words, "There is nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart." She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were an orphan." Chi Yu blew out a smoke ring. "It's okay. I'm used to it. It's good to have no parents, and I'm freer. At least no one cares about me. I can see that your family environment should be very good. From the first time I saw you, I knew that we weren't the same kind of people. It was Master Zagru who brought us together." Ji Mingming looked at him. She suddenly felt that this man didn't seem to be that hateful. In the depths of her heart, she felt pity for him. She wasn't clear about the feelings of an orphan, but she could imagine how difficult it would be for someone who grew up without parents. He definitely didn't want to become like this. If he had the same background as her, he might be more outstanding than her. "Chi Yu, are we friends?" Ji Mingming asked softly. Chi Yu smiled. "On the way back, you're willing to let me carry you. We're already friends. I know that you hate me, but you're still willing to help me in this situation. It's my honor to have a friend like you." Ji Mingming also smiled. This was the first time she smiled at Chi Yu. Her smile was bright and full of vitality. "Well, from now on, we're friends." Saying that, she took the initiative to extend her hand to Chi Yu. At this moment, she didn't do it because of the benefits Chi Yu could bring to her cultivation. She suddenly understood Zagru's words. Everyone has their good side. As long as one was good at discovering it, Chi Yu wasn't a useless person. Chi Yu held Ji Mingming's hand, but let out a long sigh. Ji Mingming felt strange. "Why are you sighing? Don't you want me as a friend?" Chi Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Since you're already treating me as a friend, I can't treat you like before. I don't have an opportunity to flirt with a beauty. How can I not sigh?" Ji Mingming giggled. "You're really a ruffian." Chi Yu smiled. "I like this title. As the saying goes, you don't need to worry when you're in debt, and you don't need to bite lice. In any case, I already have the title of a rogue, scoundrel, and so on. Ruffian seems to be more suitable for me. I'll take it as a compliment. So what if I'm a ruffian? In the past, didn't Ruffian Kai also chase after Qing Wu Feiyang?" Ji Mingming smiled. "Well, Mr. Ruffian, when we get to your place, I want to listen to your story, okay?" Chi Yu shook his head. "What's so good about a ruffian's story? Do you want to hear the story of a ruffian's growth? Oh, that's right. Since you're coming back with me this time, will I still be living the same life as before?" Ji Mingming shook her head. "Of course not. I'm 18 years old this year, and it's time for me to go to university. Master Zagru said that you should go to university with me. We both need to enrich ourselves." Chi Yu opened his mouth wide in surprise. "No way. You want me to go to university? I haven't even graduated from junior high school." Ji Mingming smiled. "Then you need to work hard. Don't you want to go?" Chi Yu quickly shook his head. "Of course I want to go. There must be a lot of beauties in the university. How can I miss this opportunity?" It took an hour for the taxi to send them to Jingshan district, where Chi Yu lived. After paying the fare of more than 100 yuan, Chi Yu felt an indescribable heartache. Ji Mingming looked at the decent residential area in front of her. She couldn't help being a little surprised. She smiled. "It seems that your place is pretty good." Chi Yu chuckled and said, "I hope you can still give me such an evaluation later." 5 minutes later, Ji Mingming's face changed. The residential area was indeed good, but Chi Yu lived in the basement of the residential area. Even the toilet had to be shared here. "I'm staying in the one in front. There's only one room and one bed. But don't worry. I've already treated you as a friend, and I won't have any ill intentions towards you." Chi Yu snickered. A man in his 30s walked over. He was half naked and only wore a pair of pants. When he saw Chiyu, he couldn't help but smile. Where have you been all this time? There have been people coming to look for you recently. Did you commit a crime? Ah, such a beautiful chick. Where did you find her? This kind of high-quality goods is not cheap. You used to pretend to be innocent and said that you had to find a virgin for your first time. What's wrong? You've changed now. Little girl, where are you from? I've changed this area, but I've never seen someone as beautiful as you. Chiyu was embarrassed. He quickly said, Brotherly, this is my friend. Her surname is Ji. Brother, Lee couldn't wait. Nonsense. Of course I know she's a prostitute. All right, we're brothers. I won't fight with you. You can introduce her to me after you're done. Ji Mingming's face turned red and white. Fortunately, Brotherly had gone to the public toilet before she flared up. Chiyu smiled. Actually, Brotherly is a good person. He was a businessman in his early years. Later, his business failed, and his wife and children ran away. He was left alone. He did some small business, and his only hobby was women. Ji Mingming snorted and said, Then you two are like-minded. I hope this will be the last time I come here. Chiyu opened the door and turned on the only light in the room. His room could not be described as messy. That would be an insult to the word chaos. As soon as he entered the room, a moldy smell came directly. There were scattered magazines, cigarette butts, and dirty clothes on the floor. The mixed smell was comparable to that of a biological weapon. Ji Mingming stood at the door. She gathered her courage for a long time, but she couldn't take a step in. Are you Kirin or the Zodiac guardian? Chiyu said in surprise. Why do you ask? Ji Mingming smiled bitterly. Because your place is like a dog kennel. No, a dog kennel might be cleaner than yours. Your place should be described as a garbage dump. Have you always lived in a place like this? When Chiyu returned to his place, he felt very comfortable. He directly lay down on his only big bed. Of course I live here. The relief I get from the government is only 600 yuan a month. The rent here is 200 yuan, and the remaining 400 yuan is barely enough for me to smoke and eat. However, sometimes there is no black food after eating the white food. Well, I'll clean up. As he spoke, he got up from the bed and began to tidy up his room. Ji Mingming put her luggage aside. She found a handkerchief from somewhere and covered her mouth and nose. She also started to help him tidy up. The two of them struggled for more than half an hour. Finally, Chiyu's room had a place to stand. Most of the smell in the room had been released. Although it was still unpleasant, it was barely bearable. Taking off the handkerchief from her face, Ji Mingming let out a long breath. Chiyu found 2 bags of instant noodles from somewhere. He didn't know whether they had expired or not. He boiled a pot of water and soaked them. Let's eat together. It's too late now. I'll take you to eat something else tomorrow morning. Ji Mingming sat on the bed and said, Chiyu, you will move out with me tomorrow. Chiyu smiled and said, You won't ask me to live with you in your house, right? Aren't you afraid that I will be kicked out by your family? Ji Mingming said snappily, Not my house. Don't worry. There must be a place for you to live. The environment here is really bad. Chiyu handed a bowl of noodles to Mingming. We'll talk about it later. I don't care. It doesn't matter where I live. It's good to have a free place. However, I'll say it in advance. I can live here, but you don't have to give me money. I'm not living off a woman. Ji Mingming rolled her eyes at him and said, You also have to have the conditions to live off a woman. Do you think this great beauty needs to find a man to live off a woman? Chiyu felt wronged and said, You don't have to attack me like this. Although I'm not very handsome, I can still be considered average. Ji Mingming pretended to vomit. All right, stop being so cocky. I will teach you the ascending Qilin technique now. Whether you can achieve anything in the future will depend on your own hard work. Chiyu nodded and made a gesture of pointing to the sky with one hand. In order to become a Superman who wears underwear on the outside, I will also work hard. Ji Mingming giggled and said, "Can't you be more civilized with your words? What underwear on the outside? It sounds so bad." Chi Yu smiled and said, "This is my style. All right, teacher chicken, we can start." Ji Mingming rolled her eyes at him. She realized that although Chi Yu was not a good person, after establishing a friendship with him, chatting with him made her feel relaxed and happy. The cultivation method of the ascending Qilin technique is not difficult. Our entire cultivation method can be called the ascending cloud technique. Every time a cloud rises, there will be a corresponding increase in strength, and the ascending Qilin technique is specially for you. Whether it is the Zodiac, guardian god, or you, ruffian Kirin, when you cultivate, you must focus on the development of your own potential. Because we have inherited the bloodline from ancient times, our potential is far greater than that of ordinary people. Therefore, the best way is to constantly cultivate and turn your potential into strength. Do you understand what I'm saying? Chiyu nodded and said, "No matter what, I also graduated from primary school. I can understand." "Continue. As long as you tell me how to cultivate, I will definitely do my best." Ji Mingming said seriously, "Clouds are illusory, just like our strength. We cultivate our own ability, and our own ability is closely related to our own attributes. For example, I cultivate the ability of a chicken, and the chicken's ability mainly lies in its mouth, wings, claws, and voice. Therefore, the power of my ascending cloud technique is also reflected in these 4 aspects. You are Kirin, an auspicious sign from the heavens. The most important thing about Kirin's ability is the overall balance. There is no special strength, but there is no special weakness either. In ancient times, Kirin could use a special spell to subdue other strange beasts. Later on, after humans inherited the bloodline of Kirin, this spell became the method to control Kirin's ability. The spell is very simple. Perhaps you have heard of it before. It is the 9 secret words. Lin Bing Do Jia Jia Zhan Lai Qianxing. These 9 words are the incantations you will use in the future. The way you snapped your fingers can be said to be a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Lin. Chi Yu originally wanted to repeat the 9 syllables incantation, but the moment he uttered the first word, a small ball of flame immediately emerged from his right hand. Compared to when he had snapped his fingers, it was clearly much denser. Chi, you could clearly feel that as the flame burned, there seemed to be a strange thing in his body that was gradually being consumed. Although the speed of consumption was not very fast, he could clearly feel it. Ji Mingming smiled and said, "See, this is the incantation that Kirin can naturally use. The thing that supports your ability is the thundercloud force. The stronger the thundercloud force, the stronger your ability and the longer it can last. As for how to integrate it with your own ability, you'll have to rely on yourself to complete it. All right, next I will explain the cultivation method of the ascending cloud technique in detail." Chi Yu looked at the flame in his hand and was suddenly very excited. He quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. "Damn, save it. I don't need to buy a lighter in the future. This is really good." Ji Mingming was just about to start explaining the cultivation method, but she was immediately choked by Chi Yu's words. You actually used Kirin's ability to light a cigarette. I really admire you." Chapter 8. Ji Mingming said, "You're right about that. Abilities have to be used frequently in order to become more proficient. As the thundercloud force is consumed and recovered, it's also a kind of cultivation process. However, our main cultivation is still carried out through meditation. In the process of meditation, you need to use your mind to direct the thundercloud force that you possess to help the ability in your bloodline to combine with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then be absorbed by your body. We call this one round of cultivation one cloud cycle, also known as small cloud cycle, and every 49 cloud cycles is known as big cloud cycle. Generally speaking, when we cultivate, we have to cultivate at least one big cloud cycle to be considered a stage. The cultivation method differs from person to person. You're Kirin, and because of Kirin's bloodline, many of your hidden meridians are different from ordinary people. These meridians are known as the 8 extraordinary meridians. The thundercloud force circulates in these meridians, and the place where the thundercloud force is stored is the Sea of Breath acupoint on your lower abdomen and the Lingtai acupoint on your back. As she spoke, she walked in front of Chiyu and tapped on his lower abdomen before patting his back lightly. Chiyu instantly felt 2 warm currents condensing at the places where Ming Ming patted, and he quickly memorized these 2 locations. Right now, he was still in the excited stage of thirsting for power. Once he was interested, he would still be very focused. Remember these 2 places. In the process of cultivation, the Lingtai is the starting point, and the Sea of Breath is the ending point. These are the 2 most important meridians, and the 8 extraordinary meridians that our thundercloud force circulates are different from ordinary people's understanding of meridians. Ming Ming took out a map from her luggage and raised her hand. Suddenly, all kinds of complicated meridians, a total of 8, appeared in front of Chiyu. When Chiyu saw the densely packed meridians and their names, he immediately felt a headache. Teacher Chicken, I'm a little sleepy. Why don't we talk about it tomorrow? Isn't this a little too much? Are there any easier cultivation methods? Ji Mingming sternly said, Of course not. You have to know that these acupuncture points are very important during cultivation. If there's even the slightest mistake, it might bring unimaginable damage to you. Therefore, the first step you have to do is to firmly memorize these acupuncture points. Not only do you have to remember their names, but you also have to remember their locations. Moreover, you have to identify the acupuncture points accurately. Only then can we begin the next step of cultivation. If you don't remember the acupuncture points, you won't be able to cultivate because the chant of the ascending Qilin technique comes from the acupuncture points. For example, if I say Qi Si light drum, Ling Tai suction, Guanzhong drainage, can you understand? Qi Yu smiled bitterly. So, cultivation is so troublesome. I don't know if it's worth it if I put in so much effort just to woo a girl. Ji Mingming's almond-shaped eyes widened. What did you say? Don't tell me you cultivate to. Seeing that Mingming was angry, Chiyu hurriedly changed his words. No, of course not. I'm doing it to protect the great cause of the East. Although he said that, he was thinking in his heart that it was also to promote the cause of the unity of the beauties in various cities and even the whole world. Ji Mingming snorted. The 8 extraordinary meridians have a total of 8 meridians and more than 100 acupuncture points. I don't have high requirements for you. You just have to memorize the acupuncture points of one meridian every day. However, when you memorize another meridian tomorrow, don't forget today's meridian. I'll start guiding you in your cultivation now. You have to understand the specific names and locations of each meridian. Today is the Inheel meridian. We'll start now. If you can't remember it clearly, don't even think about sleeping today. Just as Chiyu was about to complain, Ji Mingming had already pointed a finger at his chest. Her hands were like blooming orchids, moving faster and faster in front and behind him. Instantly, streams of heat condensed into balls. More than 10 balls of air instantly appeared where she had pointed. Ji Mingming said, You should be able to feel that the places I have pointed are warm. These are the acupuncture points that you have to memorize today. They are on your body now. Start memorizing them. I'll sleep for a while. I'll test you when I wake up. With the exact location, it saved him the trouble of identifying the acupuncture points. Memorizing a meridian was indeed not difficult. Of course, this was only what she thought. The night passed quickly. The anticipated erotic scene naturally didn't appear. However, the next morning, Chiyu had 2 huge dark circles under his eyes. When he first started memorizing the acupuncture points, he didn't think much of it. When he saw Ming Ming sitting at the side and meditating, he dozed off while memorizing. However, Ji Mingming only slept for half an hour before she woke up to check. In the end, Chi Yu didn't even remember the name of one acupuncture point. One could imagine that the poor Chi Yu's memory had always been very poor. Under Ji Mingming's coercion, he used an entire night to finally memorize all the acupuncture points of the Yin-Heel meridian. If a person's body was continuously poked by someone's fingers at more than 10 places on his body, and he would shout out a name every time he was poked, anyone would probably be able to memorize it easily. Rubbing the sore spots on his body, Chi Yu felt as if his body was falling apart. Ming, I've memorized it now. I can sleep now, right? I can't do it anymore. Ji Mingming smiled and said, how can that be? You're the Ink Kirin with an extremely strong recovery ability. Not sleeping for a night is nothing. It should be daybreak outside now, and it's time for us to leave this place. Let's go. Chi Yu's eyes widened. No way, we're leaving now. My great aunt, please spare me. I want to sleep. Ji Mingming clapped her hands and said, it doesn't matter. You can sleep, but my hands have always been itchy. If I poke your Yin-Heel meridian a few more times while you sleep, don't blame me. I surrender. Let's go. When we find a place to stay, you have to let me sleep. Ji Mingming pulled up her luggage and said with a smile, all right, let's go. I'm not that unreasonable. It's because of you that I don't want to stay in this place for another minute. What's the smell here? You're always smoking. I'm going to smoke you to death. Chi Yu got up with a bitter smile and simply packed his things. He really had nothing to bring. He originally wanted to take a few magazines and old clothes, but when Ji Mingming smelled the smell on his clothes, she made him give up. As for what to wear in the future, Ji Mingming said that these old clothes were bought by her, and she would be responsible for the new clothes in the future as compensation to Chi Yu. Only then did Chi Yu follow her out of the basement, feeling relaxed. Bathing in the sunlight, Ji Mingming put her luggage aside and did some simple exercises. Breathing in the fresh air, she immediately felt much more comfortable. This simple action of hers had scared Chi Yu to death. If it was anyone else, if they suddenly saw a beautiful woman in front of them raise her leg high and stick the tip of her foot out of her shoulder, they would probably be frightened. Ji Mingming's body seemed to have no bones. Every joint was extremely soft. In her eyes it was not big, but in Chi Yu's eyes it was more exaggerated than an acrobat's. I don't know you. The Earth is very dangerous. Go back to Mars, Chi Yu said as he hurried to the side. Ji Mingming looked back at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Don't be surprised. This is nothing. Do you think it's so easy to be the Zodiac guardian god? Don't worry, in the future, you have to exercise often. You always smoke, and your body is worse than your peers. Chi Yu was unconvinced as he retorted, who said that? There aren't many people my age who can beat me. Ji Mingming stuck out her tongue and said, don't disgust me. What's the point of fighting? Just when Chi Yu was about to refute, his eyes suddenly froze and his face became cold. His body naturally exuded a trace of cold aura, and he took a few steps to Ji Mingming's side. Ji Mingming was shocked by his appearance. Just when she thought he was angry, she heard Chi Yu's voice. Get out of here, quickly. Don't worry about me. These guys are coming for me. Looking back, Ji Mingming suddenly understood the reason for Chi Yu's change. More than 20 youths of 18 or 19 years old were encircling them in a semicircle. Each of them held a wooden stick in their hand. Looking at their strange expressions, it was obvious that they were up to no good. The leader was a handsome young man. The weather was very warm, but he wore a hat on his head. He looked at Chi Yu with eyes that were almost spitting fire. Ji Mingming was looking at these people when she heard Chi Yu say anxiously, hurry up and leave. These guys are not good people. Aren't you afraid of being raped and killed by them? Ji Mingming laughed. So you still have the heart of a hero to save a beauty. Master Zagru is right. You are not useless. Chi Yu said impatiently, nonsense. You are my friend. Do you think I will let you be implicated by me? Hurry up and leave, or it will be too late." As he said that, his eyes were already looking around for weapons that could be used. Unfortunately, the entrance of the community was very clean. Not to mention bricks, there was not even a big stone. Chi Yu's brick-breaking martial art was indeed very good. However, even if he was given a cart of bricks, he was afraid that he would not be able to do anything. There were more than 20 people in front of him, and from the looks of it, they were definitely not ordinary hooligans. Their cold eyes made Chi Yu feel a chill down his spine. "Yan Xiaoyi, how did you know that I was back?" As Chi Yu said that, he strode forward. As he walked, he waved his right hand behind him, indicating for Ji Mingming to leave quickly. Yan Xiaoyi looked to the side. Following his gaze, Chi Yu suddenly saw a person. It was Brother Li, who he and Ji Mingming met last night. Brother Li said with some fear, "Chi Yu, it's not that I want to do this, but they said that if I don't inform them that you are back, they will break my legs. You also know that I have nothing now. I can only run a small business, so. Chi Yu said coldly, "You are not my brother. Don't talk nonsense. When I was in trouble, you gave me food. From now on, we do not owe each other anything. Yan Xiaoyi, I know that you have been looking for me. Now that I am standing here, what do you want to do?" Yan Xiaoyi's eyes became fierce. "Remember what you said to me last time. Today, I will return it to you. I don't want to do anything. I just want you to know why the flowers are so red. Brothers, go and cripple this guy. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." As he said that, he raised the stick in his hand and pointed it at Chi Yu. Chi Yu's expression changed slightly. If it was any other time, he would have turned around and run. He had always been very good at escaping. However, he could not run now because he did not know if Ming Ming had already run far away. Since he was born, he had not had many true friends. Just yesterday, he actually had a beautiful woman as a friend. At this moment, as a man, he would definitely not retreat. After all, his body was burning with Kirin's blood. Courage had always been one of the things that he did not lack. More than 20 people moved at the same time. In a big country like the Yanhuang Republic, more than 20 people were too insignificant. However, at this moment, in front of Chi Yu, more than 20 people brought about a momentum that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Ah! There were continuous screams, but they did not belong to Chi Yu. For some unknown reason, when Yan Xiaoyi's people started to attack, the people in front fell inexplicably and immediately dragged the people behind them down. F***CK. Is this the power of the legendary auspicious sign? It's not the new year yet, so you don't have to be so polite. Dispense with the formalities. At this moment, Chi Yu did not forget to ridicule the group of enemies in front of him. Yan Xiaoyi walked past his subordinates and rushed towards Chi Yu with his stick. Since young, he had never suffered such a big loss like the last time. It could be said that he hated Chi Yu to the core. From Nana, he had already found out about Chi Yu's background. With his identity and family background, it was not too difficult for him to make a person like Chi Yu disappear from the world. At this moment, a few vans were parked not far away. As long as he defeated Chi Yu, he would immediately bring his subordinates to a different place to deal with this ruffian who had beaten him until he had a concussion. Chi Yu had never been a sitting duck. Although he knew that he could not defeat his opponent, he was still prepared to fight with his life. Even if he could only defeat one person, it would be enough. Just as Chi Yu was about to rush forward and fight with Yan Xiaoyi, an angelic voice suddenly sounded. "Let me do it." Who said that a hero must save a beauty? A beauty can also save a ruffian. Chi Yu only felt a strong force on her shoulder. Her body subconsciously fell back a few steps. Her vision blurred, and a slim figure had already flown past her. Yes, it was completely like she was flying. Almost in a flash, the white figure had already arrived in front of Yan Xiaoyi. Yan Xiaoyi's attention was originally on Chi Yu. When he suddenly saw someone rushing towards him, he immediately chopped down with his stick without hesitation. After all, he had practiced martial arts for a few years, and he still had the basic skills. There was a soft crack, but it was not the sound of bones breaking. The stick in Yan Xiaoyi's hand had already been broken into two. Then, before he could clearly see the appearance of his attacker, his nose had already intimately touched the opponent's elbow. A scream that did not sound like that of a human being rang out. Yan Xiaoyi's body was actually hit and sent flying. He fell backwards, instantly crushing the two people who came with him. The person who had rushed forward past Qiyu was Ji Mingming. Her movements were not fancy, and there was nothing unnecessary. She only made 2 movements against Yan Xiaoyi. She raised her left hand, blocked the stick, and leaned forward. Her right elbow had already hit Yan Xiaoyi and sent him flying. Then Ji Mingming's body seemed to become illusory and directly cut into the group of more than 20 people. She mostly used her arms. Her arms seemed to be made of iron, and any wooden stick that came into contact with them would immediately break. Close combat was supposed to be very dangerous, but with her lightning-fast footsteps, her opponent couldn't even touch a single hair on her head. The basic sound of hands and flesh was constantly heard. When Qiyu realized it, the battle was completely over. Ji Mingming clapped her hands and returned to Qiyu's side. She smiled and said, "Okay, we can go now. Don't worry, I know how to control my strength. They only broke a few bones at most." Qiyu looked at Ji Mingming as if he was looking at a dinosaur. "Mingming, I was wrong. Although the Earth is very dangerous, as a Martian, you are more dangerous to the Earth." Right now, he was extremely glad that he did not offend the beauty in front of him. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would end up like these people lying on the ground. Although he had thought that Ji Mingming had a certain level of ability, he had never thought that such a delicate beauty like her would be able to easily defeat over 20 young men with just a wave of her hand. Furthermore, she seemed to be very relaxed, and there was not even a single drop of sweat on her face. If she had done the same to him when he was teasing her, then, at the thought of this, Qiyu couldn't help but feel a little scared and embarrassed. He couldn't accept the fact that a beauty had to help him deal with the trouble he had caused. "That mouth of yours, it was indeed too poor. Protecting you is my responsibility. Have you forgotten? Kirin, you ruffian." Mingming said the last 4 words very softly. Only Qiyu could hear it. Qiyu asked, "Is this the effect of the ascending cloud technique?" Ji Mingming smiled and said, "This is only the surface. The real ability of our Zodiac guardian can't be revealed in front of ordinary people." Qiyu's eyes emitted a scorching light. "Okay, Mingming, I have decided. From today onwards, I will memorize the acupoints of 2 meridians with you every day. I will not be lazy anymore." Out of a man's pride, he did not want to lose to a woman. Ji Mingming smiled and said, "Then I will wait and see. Don't let me down." Qiyu nodded and walked to Yan Xiaoyi's side. At this time, Yan Xiaoyi seemed to be in a worse state than before. His nose bridge was obviously broken, and his face was covered in blood. Qiyu pretended to be regretful and said, "You finally understand why the flowers are so red this time. Sai, I am too lazy to argue with people like you. Go back and complain to your father, little kid from kindergarten." After saying that, he did not look at Yan Xiaoyi and turned to leave with Ji Mingming. Qiyu's words made him feel worse than killing Yan Xiaoyi. His resentful eyes followed the 2 of them. When he got up from the ground, he had already made a decision in his heart. "Mingming, where are you taking me? Do you really want me to go back to your home?" Ji Mingming got on the taxi and gave him an address. "Of course not. It is not suitable for you to go to my home. It is not convenient for you to cultivate. I will settle you down first, and then go home to prepare for school. There's still about 2 months before school starts. You should take advantage of this time to practice. Do you remember that Master Zagru once told you that he found 3 Zodiac guardians? I am just one of them. Now I am going to take you to see the most outstanding genius of our generation of Zodiac guardians, Dragon." Ji Mingming's voice condensed into a line and entered Qi Yu's ears. She was not afraid that the driver in the front would hear it. "Dragon? Is he very strong?" Qi Yu asked curiously. Ji Mingming nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course. Dragon is the strongest among the 12 zodiac animals. He has many kinds of abilities and is second only to Kirin in all aspects. However, his cultivation speed is far beyond that of Kirin. Because Kirin is an auspicious sign, he can be said to be the leader of the 12 zodiac animals. Dragon is the leader of the 12 zodiac animals and is the strongest one. Moreover, the zodiac dragon in our area is a genius. At the age of 23, he has already cultivated to the 5th cloud. This kind of cultivation speed is unprecedented in history. You should know that it takes at least 5 to 10 years for a zodiac animal to break through the bottleneck from the 3rd cloud to the 4th cloud. It is already very good for some zodiac animals to reach the 5th cloud in their entire life. The dragon of the 5th cloud is absolutely terrifying. Don't talk to dragon like how you talk to me. Otherwise, I can't help you." Qi Yu said disapprovingly, "Am I not the king of the zodiac animals? Could it be that he can bite me?" Ji Mingming covered her mouth and chuckled. She said, "Dragon is a very old-fashioned person. He hates people like you the most. Anyway, I have reminded you that I will ask Dragon to arrange your residence and cultivation place. You better not offend Dragon. Otherwise, you will know the consequences. Dragon is not as easy to talk to as Master Zagru." The taxi followed Ji Mingming's instructions and drove all the way east. They passed by the most prosperous area of the capital and looked at the various strange and modern buildings around him. Qi Yu could not help but have a strange feeling in his heart. Although this trip to Tibet was not short, he only had a simple understanding of Tibet. After all, he had slept for most of the month. However, he knew that his fate had completely changed because of this trip to Tibet. Qi Yu had never brought a watch with him. After driving for about an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. There were a large number of villas in the east of the capital. This was a place where the rich gathered, especially by the warm Jade River, which was relatively close to the airport. There were many villas, and the beautiful scenery was enough to tempt the rich. However, the place that Ji Mingming brought Qi Yu to was not a villa. From the outside, they could not see what it looked like. They could only see a 3-meter-tall wall made of green bricks. There were also sharp iron frames on the wall, like long spears standing tall. The area of the wall was very wide, and the green wall looked a little simple and unadorned. "This can't be a concentration camp, right?" Qi Yu said with a smirk. Ji Mingming rolled her eyes at him and said, "What do you think? This is the place of the dragon, and it will also be the place where you will live in the future." As they spoke, the two of them paid the bill and got out of the car, then walked towards the gate. The gate was a bit taller than the wall, and the iron branches that were as thick as a human arm looked very sturdy. Ji Mingming went straight to the communication system beside the door and pressed a few buttons. With a buzzing sound, the door quietly opened to both sides. Ji Mingming gestured to Qi Yu and took the lead to walk into the courtyard. As soon as they entered the gate, a gust of fresh air hit their faces. The first thing that Qi Yu saw was a wide lawn. It felt like a golf course. There were some scattered trees on the lawn, and the size seemed to be no smaller than a golf course. Surrounded by the green, there was a lake that was about thousands of square meters, rippling in the breeze. There was a small pavilion in the middle of the lake, which looked a little more elegant. The ground in the center led to the middle of the courtyard, where there was a huge villa. Qi Yu could only use the word huge to describe this villa. He had never seen a villa of such a grand scale. It felt like a castle without a steeple. Perhaps even a star-rated hotel might not be as big as this. "It's beautiful, isn't it? Dragons have good taste, but dragons don't like flowers. So, this place is all green, and only this villa is white. There is also a large swimming pool on the top floor of the villa. Can a Zodiac, guardian god, be so rich?" Does that mean I can take it too? Chi-Yu looked at the huge villa in astonishment and sighed. Of course not. These were all earned by the dragon's own struggles, not given to him by others. If you want to achieve something, you have to work hard. The two walked along the central path that was 5 meters wide toward the direction of the villa. When they were about 50 meters away from the villa, the door in the center of the villa opened, and a person walked out from inside. "Sister Long!" Ji Mingming shouted excitedly and ran over, leaving Chi-Yu behind. It was a woman who walked out of the door. Mingming was not short, but she was still half a head taller. She was at least 178 meters tall. Even Chi-Yu, who had grown a little taller after waking up, could not help but feel ashamed when he looked at this tall woman. She wore a flawless white dress, her long black hair was tied up on her head, and she wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. This woman who walked out of the villa was more like a white-collar beauty. Her skin was very white, and the fullness in front of her chest was not something a young girl like Ming Ming could compare with. The dress only reached her knees, revealing a pair of slender and round calves. From the moment she appeared, her every movement looked so elegant. The dragon was a woman? The terrifying dragon that Ming Ming described was actually a woman? Chi-Yu quickly touched his nose to make sure that there was no nosebleed. Because of the black-rimmed glasses, he could not see the dragon's appearance very clearly. However, just from the outline, he could tell that she was a peerless beauty. Chi-Yu secretly classified this dragon beauty in his heart. This dragon beauty was definitely at the Xing level, or even a little higher. Even if she was not at the perfect level, she was not far from it. Chapter 9. Ming Ming, didn't I tell you to call me Big Sister Riwa? Try not to mention the word dragon outside. The cold voice seemed to be emotionless, but the white-clothed beauty looked at Ji Mingming with a very gentle gaze. Although she was only 5 years older than Mingming Ji, it looked like she was looking at her own child. Mingming Ji stuck out her tongue and said, "I know, Big Sister Rue. I just can't remember. Who asked you to be a dragon?" The white-clothed beauty said indifferently, "He is Kirin? Grandmaster has called me." Mingming Ji nodded. When she turned around and saw Chi-Yu's face that looked like a pig, she wanted to go up and slap him a few times. This guy actually completely forgot what she said. She hurriedly let go of the white-clothed beauty's hand and quickly ran to Chi-Yu's side. She gave him a look and said, "Yes, Big Sister Riwa, he is Kirin." The white-clothed beauty nodded and said, "All right, bring him in." After saying that, she just calmly looked at Chi-Yu and returned to the villa. "You're courting death." Ming Ming pinched Chi-Yu hard. Chi-Yu was in pain. The white-clothed beauty had already disappeared. Only then did he wake up. Beautiful, really beautiful. Such a hot body, I don't know what it feels like to hug. Ming Ming Ji rolled her eyes. "You might as well go die. You even dare to take liberties with Big Sister Riwa. I think you're not far from death." Big Sister Riwa is indeed a great beauty, but her temper is as hot as her body. I'm too lazy to care about you. In any case, you're on your own. Don't. Chi-Yu quickly grabbed Ming Ming, who was about to turn around and leave, and said in a low voice, "Ming Ming, why didn't you tell me that dragon is a woman, and a beauty at that?" Ji Mingming said helplessly, "Anyway, you must be careful. Sister Riwa is the CEO of a big company. She has always been known for her iron face. I once met a guy who wanted to pursue her. I don't know what Sister Riwa did, but that guy later lay in the hospital for 3 months. After that, he trembled all over when he saw a woman. Think about it yourself. Sister Riwa's full name is Hai Riwa. According to the Zodiac, you should be able to calculate how old she is. Let's go. Sister Riwa doesn't like to wait for people." She didn't really blame Chi-Yu. After a short period of contact, she already understood what kind of person Chi-Yu was. Although he was always flirting with women, he was the kind of person who didn't have the guts to do it. Moreover, he wasn't too bad. The two walked into the villa. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a huge hall. Two servants in white clothes and black pants came over and handed a hot towel to each of them. They also took the luggage from Ji Mingming's hands. Qi Yu wiped his face as he looked around. The decorations in the hall were completely white. A circle of 6 huge white marble pillars supported the center beam of the villa. The floor was paved with milky white marble. Together with the white fireplace at the side, it was very European style. In the center of the room, there was a dragon statue. It was a sparkling white 5-clawed dragon with a pair of sapphire dragon eyes. On one side of the hall, there were 4 3-seater sofas, forming a semi-arc. At this time, Hairuyue was sitting on one of the sofas. She held a bright red drink in her hand. She drank it slowly as if she was drinking blood. The red drink formed a sharp contrast with her white clothes, adding a bit of elegance to the elegance. In the past, Chiyu couldn't even think of a villa of this level, let alone see it. "Please take a seat." Hairuyue's voice was very pleasant to listen to. However, that faint coldness made people feel a bit unapproachable. Chiyu and Ji Mingming sat on a sofa beside Hairuyue. Mingming said, "Sister Rue, we just returned to the capital. Chiyu's place is too bad. Let him stay here with you." Hairuyue nodded and said, "I've already arranged it. I've also arranged the school that you're going to attend. Mingming, if you're willing, you can also stay here." Ji Mingming giggled and said, "It's okay. I haven't been home much these few years. I should go back to accompany my parents. However, I'll come back often. Sister Rue, I'll leave him to you." Hairuyue glanced at Chiyu and said, "Chiyu male, 19 years old. He grew up in the Jingshan orphanage in the capital. He left the orphanage at the age of 14 to live on his own. He didn't graduate from junior high school and entered the society. He rented a basement in the Royal View district with social relief money. He usually idles around and belongs to the society. 1.5 months ago, he beat up the son of the city's police chief and ran to Tibet." Chiyu frowned slightly and said, "Miss, do you have a household registration?" Hairuyue's eyes flashed coldly. "I don't want to hear the word miss again. Please call me by my name. I'm Hairuyue." Chiyu sat on the sofa and said, "If I don't call you miss, should I call you mister? I'm not saying that you're that kind of Mississippi. Why are you so agitated? It seems that I'm the king of the Zodiac." Although Hairuyue was a beauty, her cold feeling made Chiyu very uncomfortable. When he first met Mingming, although Mingming's attitude towards him wasn't very good, it wasn't like Hairuyue's innate coldness. Hairuyue said indifferently, "If you can beat me, I'll admit that you're the king of the Zodiac and I'll be at your disposal. However, before that, you don't have the power to order me." Ji Mingming saw that the atmosphere was a little tense and quickly said, "Sister Rue, in fact, Chiyu is still a very good person. He just came into contact with our world and needs time to adapt. You should accommodate him a little more." Hairuyue said with a straight face, "In my dictionary, there's no such thing as accommodation. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Mingming, don't you want to go home? I think you should go. I'll send a car to send you. Go back and say hello to Uncle and Auntie for me. As for this person, I have my own arrangements. When school starts at the end of August, you can go to school together." Ji Mingming stuck out her tongue and looked at Chiyu with pity. She stood up and said, "Then I'll go back first. Sister Rue, I'll leave him to you." Hairuyue made a gesture, and immediately a servant helped Mingming carry her luggage out of the door. Chiyu stood up and sent Mingming to the door. Before Mingming left, she whispered to him, "You must remember what I said. Don't make Sister Rue angry. Otherwise, you'll only be making things difficult for yourself. Sister Rue will also teach you the ascending Qilin technique. Her teachings will definitely be better than mine." Chiyu quietly pinched Mingming's waist and winked. "Come and see me when you have time. I'll be here, don't worry." After Ji Mingming left, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to become more solemn. Hairuyue didn't know when there was something like a remote control in her hand. She pressed it twice, and a minute later, an old man wearing a Chinese Tang suit came down from upstairs. The green Tang suit looked very harmonious on him. His snow-white hair showed his age, but his face was very ruddy and there were not many wrinkles. His back was straight and his eyes were bright and full of expression. "Miss, you were looking for me?" The old man walked to Hai Ryue's side and bowed respectfully. Hai Ryue stood up and her voice was obviously much softer. "Uncle Zhou, Mr. Qi will be living here in the future. Arrange a room for him, then find him a set of training clothes and bring him to my training room." "Yes, Mississippi." After Hai Ryue finished giving instructions, she didn't even look at Chiyu and turned to go upstairs. Chiyu curled his lips and thought to himself, "What are you so arrogant for? You just have some money. Don't put on airs in front of me." Uncle Zhou walked a few steps to Chiyu's side and said, "Mr. Qi, please follow me." Chiyu smiled and said, "Hello, Uncle Zhou." At first glance, Uncle Zhou seemed to be a very strict person. Although he didn't look kind, Chiyu always had a little more respect for the elders. Uncle Zhou took Chiyu to a room on the second floor of the villa. The layout of the room was very similar to that of the hall. Everything needed was available. There was a simple, small living room. Next to the living room was a bathroom, and inside was a bedroom. The bed in the bedroom was very big, enough to sleep 3 people. The white bedding was brand new and spotless. For Chiyu, who was used to living in a dog kennel, it was really a little uncomfortable. Throwing his small bag aside, Chiyu directly threw himself on the bed, regardless of Uncle Zhou beside him. The bed was not very soft, but it was very elastic and very comfortable to lie on. After not sleeping for the whole night, Chiyu suddenly felt tired. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. This bed is very comfortable." Uncle Zhou acted as if he didn't hear Chiyu's words and said, "This is called the Dragon Field Courtyard. Every morning at 7 o'clock, Mr. Qi can eat in the dining room on the second floor. Lunch is at 11:30 and dinner is at 6 o'clock. Food is only provided at these 3 times a day. Every morning from 7 to 8 o'clock, there will be servants to help you clean the room. If you need anything else, you can also find me. You are the first male guest that Miss has stayed with." Chiyu turned over and lay on the bed. He looked at Uncle Zhou and said, "Then I should be very honored. Doesn't your miss have a boyfriend?" Uncle Zhou shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I can't talk about Mrs. Matters. Everyone here has to follow the rules. Mr. Qi, you are a guest, so you can be more relaxed. Mr. Qi, please wait for a moment. I will go get your training clothes for you." No, it's okay. I want to sleep for a while. I didn't sleep at all last night. Please tell your Mississippi. She can't not let me sleep." Qi Yu was too lazy to practice. Although Ming Ming's lightning-fast skills had shocked him, he was too lazy to practice with her when he thought of Hai Ryue's cold eyes. Uncle Zhou said that's not good. Mrs. Orders are always unquestionable. As he spoke, he had already walked out of the room. Qi Yu curled his lips. "No matter what orders you give, I will sleep. At worst, I will go back to my basement." After a while, Uncle Zhou came back with a set of simple training clothes in his hand. At this time, Chiyu had entered a hazy state because he didn't sleep for the whole night. He didn't even know that Uncle Zhou had come in. "Mr. Qi, you can get up." As he spoke, Uncle Zhou patted Chiyu's shoulder gently. Chiyu turned over and didn't respond. Uncle Zhou frowned and patted his shoulder again. This time, Chiyu only felt a warm flow from his shoulder into his body. His hazy consciousness, because of sleep, suddenly woke up. "Ah, Uncle Zhou, what are you doing?" Uncle Zhou said, "Mr. Qi, please follow me to the training room. Don't let Miss wait for too long." Qi sat up and said, "Uncle Zhou, you can call me by my name. My name is Chiyu. Please tell your miss that I want to sleep." Uncle Zhou said, "Mr. Qi, you should tell Miss yourself. I can't disobey Miss's orders." Please don't make things difficult for me, okay? Chi Yu had to sit up. He was just dissatisfied with Hai Ryue's attitude, but he didn't want to make things difficult for this Uncle Zhou. After all, in his opinion, he was just trying to make a living. Why should he make things difficult for him? Okay, I will go with you. However, you don't need to change the training clothes. Anyway, I don't plan to practice. Uncle Zhou, didn't I say that you can just call me by my name? There was a smile on Uncle Zhou's face, and he said, It's not polite. I'll call you Mr. Zhou. Chi Yu's appearance was not ugly. He was very polite to him, so the old man couldn't help but have a good impression of him. Chi Yu got off the bed and said, It's not polite. How about this? As long as it's not in front of your miss, you can call me by my name. It's more comfortable. I've never been called Mr. before. Uncle Zhou, let's go. Uncle Zhou nodded and left the room with Chi Yu. They went directly to the 4th floor of the villa. There was only one door. Uncle Zhou went to the door and knocked a few times. Mr. Chi is here. Hai Ryue's cold voice came from the room. Let him in. Uncle Zhou nodded to Chi Yu. Chi Yu only heard a soft voice in his ear. Don't disobey Mississippi. It's better for you this way. After Uncle Zhou left, Chi Yu came to his senses. It turned out that this Uncle Zhou was also a hidden master. Ming Ming had also used his ability to condense sound into a line. However, Ming Ming couldn't condense the sound so fine and clear. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he didn't insist before. Otherwise, with Uncle Zhou's loyalty to Hai Ryue's orders, he might have used force to bring him here. Pushing the door and entering, Chi Yu saw a huge practice room. It was 2,000 or 3,000 square meters. The floor was covered with a layer of mat about 3 inches thick. The mat was not soft, but it was full of elasticity. The surrounding walls seemed to be covered with the same thing. The whole practice room looked very empty, and Hai Ryue was sitting cross-legged in the center of the practice room. At this time, Hai Ryue had changed again. The professional suit on her was gone. Instead, she was wearing a white practice suit like his. Her long hair was still tied up on her head, and she was still wearing black-rimmed glasses. Although the practice suit was loose, it couldn't hide her absolutely hot body. Hai Ryue watched Chi Yu walk into the practice room with his shoes on. She couldn't help but frown. You didn't change into your practice suit. Chi Yu shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't sleep last night. Now I want to rest. I just came to tell you. I'm going back. After saying that, he turned around and left. Stop. Hai Ryue's voice became colder. However, Chi Yu seemed to not hear it. His hand had already opened the door of the practice room, just as one of Chi Yu's feet stepped out of the practice room. He suddenly found that there was an extra hand on his shoulder. Then he couldn't help but scream in fear. The next moment, he had already fallen heavily on the ground. This fall seemed to have broken all the bones in his body. There was no place that didn't hurt, and he almost spat out blood. His whole body was twitching because of the sudden, severe pain. He curled up together, and even his consciousness was a little blurred by this fall. With a bang, the door of the practice room was closed. Hai Ryue's cold voice sounded. You have to remember one thing. No one is allowed to go against what I said. It doesn't matter if you are Kirin or a ruffian. Now that you are in my territory, you have to listen to me. The pain subsided a little. Chi Yu struggled to get up from the ground. Sneak attack? You have the final say in your territory. Then I'll leave. I never wanted to live under someone else's roof. If it wasn't for Ming Ming, I wouldn't have come at all. Hai Ryue stood at the door. Do you think my Dragonfield courtyard is a place that you can come and go as you please? If you want to leave, you can. But if you beat me, no one will stop you. Chi Yu's eyes flashed as he looked at Hai Ryue. The beauty in front of him was no longer cute. It was the first time he had been hit by a woman. He snorted angrily. Fine. He fiercely rushed towards Hai Ryue, his fists already raised. Hai Ryue I looked at him with disdain. She didn't move at all. When Chi-Yu was about 3 meters away from Hai Ryue, he suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. Hai Ryue was slightly stunned. Chi-Yu had already spread out his arms and used the momentum of his falling body to hug Hai Ryue's legs. This move was something he had learned after many years of fighting. Once he hugged the opponent's legs, wrestling was always Chi-Yu's strength. Although Chi-Yu was a ruffian, he wasn't stupid. Ming Ming was already so strong, and this Hai Ryue was even stronger than her. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to deal with her. Since that was the case, he could only use some despicable moves. Seeing that her legs were right in front of him, Chi-Yu couldn't help but be overjoyed. As long as he hugged her legs, even if she was able to break him open, it would still be a great humiliation for such a virtuous woman. Then his goal would be achieved. Just when he thought that he was about to succeed, Hai Ryue didn't retreat, but instead advanced. Her body suddenly moved forward and her left leg bent. Before Chi-Yu's arms could close, her knee was right on top of Chi-Yu's forehead. A huge force was transmitted, and his head was instantly lifted along with his body. At the same time, Hai Ryue's left leg was lifted up, and the surface of her foot hit his chest. Chi-Yu only felt that he was suddenly flying, and he did a backflip in the air that he would never be able to do normally. His hands, which he had stretched out, were only grabbing air. Due to the huge force coming from his forehead, his neck felt like it was broken, and the sharp pain coming from his chest made him almost unable to breathe. This time he didn't fall to the ground, but his flying body flew straight out after the backflip. He flew for 5 to 6 meters before landing on the ground, and the impact pushed him backward along the floor. A mouthful of blood gushed out of Chi-Yu's mouth, and it immediately stained the new clothes Zagru had given him. His vision blurred, and the sharp pain coming from his chest made Chi-Yu lose the strength to even get up. He opened his mouth wide, trying to breathe, but the burning pain in his chest made him suffocate. Hai Ryue's cold voice rang out again. I heard that you're Ink Kirin. Ink Kirin was born with a superhuman, self-healing ability. Do you know what happened to the successors of the Kirin bloodline in the past? It's precisely because they're too weak that they've become the targets of their enemies, which is why they've implicated the Zodiac guardian god. Since you're a black Qilin, then let me develop your self-healing potential. That way, you won't cause us any trouble in the future. A domineering energy pulled Chi-Yu up from the ground, and Hai Ryue's face grew larger and larger in front of Chi-Yu. At this moment, blood was flowing out of Chi-Yu's mouth and nose. Hai Ryue said coldly, I don't care if you hate me. Hate me all you want. If you're even a little bit stronger than me, you can return it to me. At least you'll be a powerhouse by then. But unfortunately, you're not one yet. Chi-Yu gasped for breath. You've decided to do this since the first time you saw me, Miss Tyrannosaurus Rex. Miss Tyrannosaurus Rex. His voice was stuttering, but his expression showed no sign of submission. Hai Ryue said calmly, If you're willing to think that way, I won't deny it. Kirin is the king of the Zodiac, but you're not. You don't have the ability to be recognized by us. In order not to become a burden to us in the future, hellish training is suitable for you. At the very least, I'll turn you into an unkillable cockroach. As she said that, she lifted Chi-Yu's body with one hand. The world spun around him again, and Chi-Yu was thrown heavily to the ground. Chi-Yu was on the verge of fainting from the intense pain that followed. At this time, an icy cold stream of air came from the top of his head, and Chi-Yu's consciousness suddenly became much clearer than before he entered the training room. Hai Ryue said calmly, You must deeply feel this pain. Only then can you better stimulate your potential. Chi-Yu's eyes revealed a trace of resentment. Is this the legendary rice swinging? Hai Ryue once again grabbed Chi-Yu from the ground. Think what you want. I hope that today's pain will let you remember one thing. Before you become stronger than me, my orders cannot be disobeyed. Bang! He was thrown again. This time, Ryua used a lot of strength, and Chiyu's body was directly thrown more than 10 meters away, heavily hitting the wall, and then slowly sliding down. No matter how elastic the floor and the wall cushions were, such a strong, heavy blow was something that Chiyu had never experienced before. Now, he somewhat understood why Yin Xiaoyi hated him so much. This kind of attack without any ability to resist not only hurt his body but also his heart. This was an insult. The biggest insult a woman could give to a man was naturally to doubt a man's sexual ability. Now, Chiyu clearly had this kind of feeling. In front of Ryua, he was like a small boat in the raging waves, not to mention resisting. Even standing up was a luxury. Tyrannosaurus Rex's abuse really began. Ryua only used one hand. Back and forth, she grabbed Chiyu and then threw him again. Except for the time when Chiyu attacked her, she did not directly hit Chiyu's body again. Chiyu in her hands was really like a big sack, being thrown here and there. Blood couldn't help but stain the front of Chiyu's own clothes, at the same time also stain the floor and the wall cushions. At this time seemed to be stretched out infinitely. Chiyu wanted to choose to be unconscious, but Ryua did not give him this opportunity. Every time she threw him, Ryua would pause for a moment and then again attack. Her strength seemed to be endless. She did not know what fatigue was. A layer of faint black light gradually appeared on Chiyu's body. He could not even let out a scream now. Except that he was still conscious, he could only let Ryua continue to attack him. Only when he faced this female Tyrannosaurus Rex alone. Chiyu understood why Ji Mingming and Uncle Zhou wanted to warn him. The female Tyrannosaurus Rex's violent impulses almost never stopped. Ryua finally stopped. Blood was scattered everywhere on the floor. Chiyu's body was lying in the corner. His whole body was covered in blood. The rise and fall of his chest proved that he was still alive. Ryua's expression was still so cold. She took out her communicator. "Uncle Zhou, please come to my training room." Putting away the communicator, she walked in front of Chiyu and stopped, squatting beside him. Her hands separately pressed on various parts of his body. She said indifferently, "Today is an hour, the next time will be in 3 days. The next time, the time will be increased by 10 minutes. Chiyu looked at her with dull and lifeless eyes. His gaze at this time was somewhat similar to Ryua's. There was no emotion in it. The feeling of bullying the weak is very satisfying, right? Ryua looked into his eyes. "What do you think? I have at least 100 ways to deal with a little hooligan like you. There is one thing I can be sure of. You are still a man. At least in this hour. You did not beg me for mercy. Otherwise, I will look down on you even more. If you are willing to surrender to me now, maybe I will let you rest for 2 more days. Surrender? Do you think I will? You can break my body, but you can't break my spirit. The feeling of loosening my muscles and bones is really satisfying, but I think if I am grabbing those 2 things on your chest, it will be even more satisfying." At this time, not only did Chiyu's voice not surrender, but there was a hint of mockery in it. Indeed, he could not feel the pain now. When the pain reached a certain level, his body had already become numb. "It seems that today I still went too easy on you." Ryua's voice seemed to be able to freeze the air, if not because she knew that Chiyu's body could not take any more blows. She was afraid that she would have already attacked again. Chiyu forced a smile, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. "I, Chiyu, swear on my own blood, one day I will make Ryua my female slave." Ryua had never felt fear since she was young, but when she saw the smiling Chiyu say these words, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Chiyu's tone was not firm, because his body had suffered a blow. His voice was a little hoarse, but she did not know why. But Ryua could deeply feel that Chiyu's words were not just a threat. The door opened, and Uncle Zhou walked in from outside. When he saw the bloodstains on the floor, he could not help but jump in fright. "Miss this?" Ryua stood up and walked out of the door. "It's nothing. I was just practicing with Mr. Chi. Send him back to his room. Don't use any medicine. Just provide him with food and let him recover on his own. After Hai Ryua left, Chiyu's breathing became even heavier, his lifeless eyes slowly closed, and his chest constantly rose and fell. Uncle Zhou quickly walked to Chiyu's side, took his wrist pulse, and used his other hand to feel his body. Chiyu had indeed lost a lot of blood, and at this time his pulse was very weak. Uncle Zhou sighed. "Why did you do this?" Chiyu smiled bitterly. "Even I find it strange. Is she naturally violent?" Uncle Zhou carefully helped Chiyu up and said, "You need to rest now. Miss still had a sense of propriety. She did not hurt your bones, and your internal organs were only slightly shaken. Overall, it is considered an external injury, but you have lost a lot of blood. Don't make Miss angry in the future. Actually, Miss is a very good person. She has always been swift and decisive, and hates people who disobey her orders the most, whether in the business world or at home. She has always been known for being tough." Chi-Yu's eyes flashed coldly. "My memory has always been good. Uncle Zhou, thank you for your reminder." After returning to the room, with the help of Uncle Zhou, Chi-Yu changed his clothes and wiped the bloodstains on his body. Chi-Yu did not even have the strength to eat, and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Hai Ryue stood calmly in her room, looking out the window at the vast expanse of green in the courtyard. Her expression was no longer as cold as before. She raised her right hand, and a faint white light condensed on her hand. After a while, her hand was covered with a layer of fine white scales, and her fingertips also grew solid nails. "Kirin has appeared. It seems that the East is really not peaceful anymore. Chiyu, I don't need you to understand my intentions. I only hope that you can become stronger in the shortest time possible. Even if Kirin, one of the 4 auspicious signs, restricts your cultivation, at least you have to have a strong body. It is very difficult for the Zodiac Guardian to complete its mission. Without Kirin's guidance, it is impossible to perfect it. Master Zagru, I'm sorry, but I can only use my own method. Why does the thundercloud force in my body fluctuate violently every time I grab his body? For an hour, my thundercloud force seems to be strongly rejected, as if the progress I have made in the past few days has disappeared. Is this the effect of Kirin's auspicious sign?